For Fun TV. Today is Sunday, June 4th, 2017, and it's shortly after 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Zone, and we're broadcasting to you live from the Greater Toronto Area of Ontario, Canada. Today's menu is Kefir banana bread, Carnitas tacos, salsa with pineapple and mango, guacamole, and pina colada. So let's get started. Okay. I'm firstly going to change our night bots. Just check that they've been set up. I think they are. Yeah, our night bots. Let's do that. And you might notice that our banana bread is Kefir banana bread. The difference is that instead of using milk, we used Kefir milk, which is a fermented milk that is popular in, I think it comes from Turkey. And it's similar to yogurt, very nutritious, and has a lot more probiotics than yogurt. And I can show you my jar of cultivating kefir too. So I eat that regularly as a beverage, or I normally mix it with fruit. And I also bake with it. It is actually a substitute for buttermilk. So buttermilk has a little bit of a yogurty, sour taste, and that is pretty much how kefir tastes like. Kefir tastes like buttermilk. Yeah. Just multitasking, completing the Nightbot commands while talking. Pineapple, mango salsa, guacamole, and pina colada. And why are we doing or cooking a lot of foods today? The reason is that the banana bread takes time to bake in the oven, and that leaves us an opportunity to cook some other new items together. And it just so happens that I think we can manage this long recipe list for today. And normally, I apologize, I would have the Nightbot set up before streaming. And today's stream time is ad hoc. Normally, our stream time is 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Zone due to a hackathon that Mr. Cook for Fun and I were attending. Our timing wasn't confirmed. So in terms of our hackathon, the pitch would have been made just shortly, and we're waiting for rounds, for the different judging rounds. So yeah, I had to be on standby for any issues. So yeah, so thanks for bearing with me while I put in these Nightbot commands. It's mainly the recipe. I'm working on the recipe and cutting and pasting that. Yeah. You might have noticed we have pina colada, and it's actually soft. There's no alcohol in this one. Yeah. Coconut. Oh, I'm running out of space in my Nightbot. space. Okay, cheddar, coconut milk. Okay, I should be another couple of minutes, and then I could starting the night. I'm just, with all the menu items, there's a lot of detail in the Nightbot recipe command. Coconut milk plus pineapple juice. Okay. Any more commands to go menu, recipe? Okay, I think we're good. Great. Hi, Sago13. How are you? Okay, we're ready to actually start. Just catching up on Nightbots. We're gonna start with the Kefir banana bread, and we're gonna start by preheating the oven to 300, then carry on with our mixing. Okay. All right, so that's preheated, and that's a really nice comment, Sago. Did you ever look into the Sago food item that I referred to? You mentioned that you're not cooking isn't one of your things, but I saw your name previously, and it reminded me of sago, which is often which is used in food. So yeah. So sago, I think it's a relative of those tapioca pearls that might go into a drink called bubble tea. Quite good. It's like a milk tea, like a tea that's very milky, served with ice. Like, think of like an iced cappuccino, but it's like an iced milk tea with these bubbles at the bottom. You slurp them and you can chew them. So it's kind of like having candy in your milk tea. Okay, what we did for our Kefir banana bread was overnight we soaked our flour. We soaked our flour in Kefir milk. Okay, Kefir milk is a relative of yogurt that contains a lot of probiotics, and this is supposed to be very healthy to soak your flour in Kefir milk. It's supposed to make it better for digestion, and Kefir itself contains millions and even billions of probiotics. There are lots of statistics on the benefits of Kefir. So that's what that is. And I'm going to show you how we make our own Kefir here in our Cook for Fun kitchen. Okay, after we get this in the oven. So that's that. Then the flour is handled. Now we're going to mix our wedge ingredients together. We've got a couple of eggs and really ripe bananas. Okay, some people would throw these out, but they're actually quite good for baking with. And I did watch this video online about blackened bananas and very ripe bananas. They haven't gone bad. They're not bad for you if you eat it. They're just very fragranty, but they're not bad for you at all. There's no like mold or anything to be worried about. It's just that it's probably not something that most people would eat straight, but you can definitely consume it. And actually, when I peel it, it's quite nice. It's quite nice. Just very ripe, but that's great. There's not even any like spots on it, so it's quite nice. It's quite nice. Just really ripe. Okay. So I was actually going to use the NutriBullet to blend it, but it's quite soft that I think I could mash it by hand with a fork, so I'll do that. Okay, so I'll just peel these, and yeah, it'll be quite easy. And I'm noticing that the small webcam isn't very close up, so I hope you can see. We can't really, I'll try to skinch it a bit closer to me. Okay, we have compost in my city, so I'll put that in compost. Yeah, you're right. These are super, super dark. You can actually eat it, the banana, because it hasn't turned black. I do see people cooking, baking with. So here, there's a couple of spots here and there, and it's fine to bake with. It's just a couple of freckles. Yeah. So, woo! That was really, really ripe. It just dropped right into the bowl. Good thing it had something to land into. Good. Okay. I'm gonna grab a fork to start mashing away. Yeah, no need to use the blender, so we'll save that for the pina colada. Yeah, and I promise to move this web camera closer, so let's do that. Okay, I'll just tilt it. Okay, I can't make it zoom. I can only physically move it closer, so I'm just mashing. It's mashing really easy. It's not taking a lot of muscle power. It just mashes right away. Yeah, very creamy. And it's been a while, Sago 13. How have you been? Yeah, it's been quite a while. I think I saw you on the stream at least a few weeks ago, and I might have been making a chicken dish with pomegranate and tapping a pomegranate with a wooden spatula. Yeah, that's sort of what I think. Okay, that was really, really fast. It was nice and fast because they were super ripe. So when your bananas become ripe, don't throw them out. Make a banana bread out of them. And if you're not ready to make a banana bread out of them, put it in the freezer. And if you notice, frozen bananas, they turn black almost right away. Or at least when you defrost them, they'll just be kind of dark. So that's great. I've been well. Yeah. My husband and I were at a hackathon yesterday, and the finalists will be named very, very shortly. So hopefully, don't know if how we're gonna do. Yeah, because we have no idea what the other groups did. So we just have to hope that we did well. Good morning to you, Almaria. How are you? We had so much fun in last week's stream making the Dutch broider yeast bread cake with brown sugar, almond, and lemon rind, and brown sugar filling. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. You were here when the pasta maker was squeaking. Okay. And what was I making? Oh, I was making Finnish rice pudding pies, I think. And I was using the pasta maker to make the fine crust. Yeah. It's still squeaking. We haven't fixed that problem. Okay, so we got the mashed bananas. And this is an easy cake recipe, by the way, so don't feel intimidated. And we're gonna just crack 2 eggs in there. Okay. And we save the eggs. We put them in our garden, and the eggshells make excellent fertilizer. Yeah. We'll just crush them. We'll put them in a container and then place another container on top to crush it, or you can use your feet and crush it. Sometimes we put it in the blender to make it into a fine powder. But yeah, we go through a lot of eggs. The eggs are really, really good for breakfast especially. And even some dinner dishes have eggs in them, and they're always tasty. Okay. Okay, and 1 teaspoon of vanilla. Oh, okay, right. So one trick that I learned with vanilla is that your lid is equal to 1 teaspoon. Yeah. I think a lot of chefs they don't measure, they just approximate it, but I have a teaspoon and I think it might be dusty, so I'm not going to do that, use that. I'm going to pour it in here. Okay. My parents actually had banana extract. I should have gotten that just to strengthen the banana flavor in the banana cake. But that's okay. We're working with very, very ripe bananas, but still I would have done it if I had planned. And the recipe doesn't call for it, but sometimes you can put your own spin on the recipe. Okay. So banana, eggs, and vanilla. Okay, I can just do it lightly because I am going to mix everything together. And I'm ready to do that very shortly. Okay. So we have baking powder. Okay. Just use the same teaspoon. Approximate it. 1 teaspoon. Okay. 1 teaspoon of baking soda. Okay. So Elmira, it's not a Dutch brother. What is a complex bread? Yeah, Dutch broider. It's considered a bread cake. A bread cake. So that might be like a new concept in, it's like a fusion. It's like a bread that has some flavorings of a cake, perhaps, because the bread has a filling in it. It's like a sandwich where the crust or the top and the bottom pieces are bread that has apricots and raisins in it. So that kind of makes it like a cake, because often cake has your citrus rind in it or raisins. So it's a bread cake. And then it's filled in between the sandwich. There's a brown sugar filling with almonds, ground up almonds, lemon rind, and this spice, okay, speculoosgruden, which is great. It has 9 spices in it. Oh, I wonder if I can still remember them. Ginger, clove, cardamom, anise powder, white pepper, nutmeg, cinnamon. Got 2 more. And I can't look because the ingredients are not beside me. They were last week. 2 more ingredients. It might come to me, but it has 9 ingredients in it. Yeah, and we had a German viewer last week mention that. It's also used in German cooking too, that spice as well. And it's quite lovely. It's not strong. Yeah. So if you look at my page for in the messaging, in the message section or my post section, all my recipes are listed there, and you can see what spices we used for that. That was a lot of fun. So I just mixed the wet and the ingredients into the dry. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Prazinkabis. Welcome to Cook for Fun TV. And please let us know what country you're tuning in from. Flags to my right and left represent countries that viewers have tuned in from since our show started. So we're really pleased about the outreach, the international reach that our kitchen has in sharing and learning about cross-cultural cooking ideas. And previously, just about a couple weeks ago, these flags were above my head, but we ran out of space and we just couldn't squeeze anymore. The software wouldn't allow us to. And so now we're pleased that we have expanded, and maybe we'll go all the way around the screen. So yeah, I just mixed the wet and the dry. It was pretty easy to do. Now I'm just gonna give it a good mix. Okay, and catch up on the chat. Good afternoon to you, Mook Mook. Mook Mook too. How are you doing? And just as with the other follower, let us know what country you're tuning in from. I think we have Belgium and the US, if I'm correct. Yeah. Okay. So I love how these bananas are so ripe. If you were viewing when the stream started, the banana peels were black, completely black. But once I peeled it, the banana fruit inside was fine. You can eat it. It was fine, just very, very ripe, which is perfect for a banana cake. Okay, yeah. I'm going to just mix it a lot because our flour is quite, I just want to make sure it's mixed thoroughly with the flour. It's quite stuck together, the flour, because we had it mixed with kefir milk overnight. And that's supposed to provide some health benefits and a lot of probiotics. And if you're wondering what kefir tastes like, it kind of tastes like buttermilk. And there are cake recipes that use buttermilk, and those are often quite good. I made a chocolate cake with buttermilk, and that was really, really moist and tasty. You're from USA, South Carolina. Great. Well, welcome to Cook for Fun TV. We have a very active viewer on our channel who's a moderator from North Carolina. So, yeah. And often I hear about some famous or popular seafood dishes in that area of the US. I think a she crab soup is famous, and I'm curious to try it. There's a lot of diversity in food around the world, but not just that, even within countries. I think when people think of North American food, they might think of burgers, like fast food stuff, burgers and pasta and pizza, kind of some like foods influenced by other cultures too. But there are some foods that are very uniquely from that district, like she crab soup. Like that's, yeah, it's very unique to certain areas of the US that haven't really been explored as much outside of US. Like I haven't seen that in New York or in California. And I think the good thing about this chat is that we talk about the different foods, and we get to learn, and then we can look up the recipe and try it and make our own version too if some of the ingredients might be a little bit different in our local area. Great. So that's fun. Ooh, I've got some chunks I just want to, yeah. The recipe doesn't say to use a mixer. A lot of banana bread recipes, it involves just using anything to stir. I've seen people use a fork to make their banana bread, so it's not supposed to be a difficult recipe at all. Yeah. Oh, okay. You're Sweden. Okay. I'll try to commit that to memory, Seigo. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in again. And Sweden. Let me think if I've made any recipe from Sweden. I did. I made meatballs. This was a while back in January in a white cream sauce. And our viewer from Sweden gave us a tip that in order to get your meatballs nice and circular shape without cracks in them, you roll it like a snowball, and that helps to control the cracks, and your meatballs can look better. And that's just a technique or tip that I've just never heard of. In North America, people just make the meatball. they just roll it. But just to get that detail, and my hand got crampy, get the detail from someone local, and that was a person's grandmother. So the person said that my grandma or uses this technique. So it's always nice to get really like authentic information, because sometimes you see something made that belongs to your culture or common in your culture, and then you see it made differently, and you might have tips to sort of you might be thinking, oh, the person wouldn't be struggling as much if they tried something else, just to make it easier for them. So okay, that looks really good. Okay, now I'm going to get our baking pan, and I'm going to butter it up. So I was thinking, this is the common pan used for banana bread, okay? But I think it will fit, okay? I guess I'll show you in the smaller camera. I think it will fit. It's 9 inches by 5 inches, and I guess the height is approximately 2 inches or slightly more than 2 inches. But I'm a fan of springform pans, because then you don't have to shake it out. You just unbuckle it and it's ready. And also I like the circular shape. It looks more like a cake than a bread. And I want to yeah, I want it to look like a fancy banana bread. So I've never done that before, but it's just a pan, so it should work. Okay. So the question from Elmira, and I'm sorry for falling behind the chat, is it getting warmer at my place? It is. So today was a little chilly, but I was out this morning and I wore a leather jacket, no lining it, just a leather jacket. Other days I wore a jean jacket, t-shirt. I've only done t-shirt this year maybe once or twice, so it's not hot. It's hovering around room temperature or slightly below room temperature. Yeah. Yep. How about yourself in Belgium, or where other viewers are from, Sweden and the U.S., or North Carolina and South Carolina? Oh, and I was just mentioning we have a viewer from South Carolina on the show, and I was just mentioning that we have a really active viewer from North Carolina. Yeah. Okay. Oh, so Elmira has good recipes that are made outside the house. Is it made on a barbecue? What kind of method is used for that recipe? Please feel free to share. Today's recipe isn't a viewer's request, which is kind of a bummer, because I can't honor it to someone. Today's show is sort of ad hoc because Mr. Cook for Fun and I went to a hackathon this weekend. And didn't know when it would end and when the judging would happen. But the judging is happening today. So it was sort of like waiting around for a result. And Mr. Cook for Fun was on call for work. So that's why we were sort of contributing from home, working remotely. But we did do some touch-ups to our presentation this morning. And yes, I was talking about Death Vader being from North Carolina, so hello back to you. And good to see you again. And my show shifted today just because of the scheduling with the hackathon, and wanted to make sure if there were questions from the group we could sort of be around. You're trying to get viewers? Okay. Thank you, Death Vader. Yes, we need to fill the border of our screen here with flags of the world. Hi, Beef McNuggets. How are you? And that's a great name. Yes, and what country are you tuning in from? And welcome to Cook for Fun TV. Hope we can add your flag there, or if it's already there, let us know. Yeah. And I'm going to grab our margarine, and I'm just going to grease our springform pan. Yeah. There's one step I forgot too. We have some raisins and pecans. So I am going to put some raisins in this banana. Oh my gosh, I forgot sugar. Okay, so I'm going to grease the pan. Then I'm going to add some sugar to the cake and also some raisins. And I'm going to put the pecans on top, but I'm going to sort of submerge them a little bit so they don't burn. Okay, so I'm just greasing. This is a lot of margarine, and I know that most people would get a tissue, dip it into their butter or their margarine or even olive oil, if depending on what they're making, and rub it gently. I sort of smother it because I'm making cake and butter never hurts. It always tastes delicious. Well, this is margarine, just because it's easier to spread, but I actually have to some softened butter. So this goes in the mix too. It's just been melted and it cooled down. So okay, so a few things to do to finish it off before it goes in the oven. So I'm just greasing it a lot. I'm doing it generously because it tastes good, and also I can be sure that it's not going to stick. Yeah, I like to, I don't like it when you try to take your cake out and then it's stuck to the pan and then it cracks your cake. That's not fun. So beef McNuggets, tell us the background behind your name. Beef, I'm quite a fan of chicken McNuggets from McDonald's. Haven't had them in a while, but they're always fun to eat. And dip them in all kinds of sauces. Beef McNuggets. So we're cooking a banana bread with kefir milk, and I will show you what that is once the cake is in the oven. Salsa with pineapple and a mango. We did make salsa last week, but so I'll tell you why we're making it again in a second. And guacamole and pina colada. This will be a soft one without alcohol. Just keeping it accommodating, and also yeah, I don't want alcohol right now. Okay, I'm just sort of this is like a sort of putting the bottom of the springform pan, and then I can close it. Okay, my hands are pretty greasy. Okay. Great. Hi, Gaily Gal. How are you? And thanks for retweeting my tweet earlier. I appreciate it very much. And I know you've been streaming some of the gaming that you've been doing. I think it was Walking Dead. You had a poll set up for your viewers to decide. But yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. And also, I remember this a very, very long time ago. You did this ceviche with little G, and that was very cute. Yeah, and I've never made ceviche before, so I was very, intently watching that. Have I been to all those country beef McNuggets? I have not. I've traveled a lot, but I don't think I haven't been to all of those for sure, because that's a lot, but that would be a lot of fun. You're from Norway, okay, and I think we might have your flag up there. Yeah, but you're certainly one of the few, so you get to represent. And let us know what food is quite common in Norway. Yeah, it was fun to do some European foods for the last few streams. The Finnish rice pudding pies and also the Dutch broider. They're not commonly known about in North America, so it's fun to learn. Okay, I'm gonna add our sugar and raisins and our melted butter before I forget. Okay. I had raisins soaking overnight because they were so dry. That happens when you sort of have raisins that are old And I'm looking for the strainer. Okay, it's not around. Okay. Okay. It's somewhere, but it'll take long for me to find it. So I'm using this really, really large colander. And they're just going to strain that quickly, these soaked raisins. Yeah. Okay. This is very, very big. We're straining. And I'm going to put the butter in. This is melted butter. Yeah, you can see that it's partially cooled off because of the film forming on top. So that's perfect. It's definitely soft. You just need softened butter. It's just easier to melt it. Oh, thank you, Gaily Gal, for your comment about the flags. Yeah, that is Mr. Cook for Fun's programming skills. I don't think it's actually programming, but to me it's programming because it's it's not intuitive for me. Yeah. So I'm just putting the melted butter. It's not hot anymore. It's starting to cool down, so that's good. Okay, so it's deep fried. The recipe that Almira's referring to that's cooked outside, it's deep fried. And is it done, does it have to be done outdoors, or do you think we can pull it off or make it in our kitchen? We have a deep fryer, and it has temperature control as well. And I'll put this back here. We're using it later to heat up our pulled pork. Okay, so I just put the melted butter in there. Okay. And just going to toss in the raisins. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and just stir and catch up. Butter is good. Hi. OMG Pete, how are you doing? Great to see you again. Yeah, butter is good. So I mentioned that I was greasing the springform pan with margarine, but I was using extra. I think a lot of people would just dip their tissue or in the butter or any type of grease, butter or margarine, and just wipe it gently. But I'm not skimpy with it. I'm quite generous. It's really greased. You can see that. Just because I don't want an accident when I'm trying to remove the cake. Like I want it to come out cleanly. Nothing sticking to the pan. No cake cracking when I'm trying to unbuckle the springform pan. I don't want an accident. And also, it always tastes good. It won't hurt the cake at all. It will be yummy. Yeah. Now I'm a bit nervous because I do have a traditional loaf pan that I can use. I can use a loaf pan, and banana bread is often used in this, but I want it in a cake shape. But I have to be careful that it doesn't leak. So I'll just go with it, and I will put an aluminum, or like I have a baking sheets, yeah, just to go under it. Just so I hope it doesn't, because it's quite wet. I'm just gonna grab underneath me. Okay, wait, that's really, really huge. 1 second. See. Where'd it go? Huh. Okay. Does that fit? I don't know if that fits. Oh, I know. It went here. I'm back. I'm just gonna put a cookie sheet under it. I'm a little worried now. Maybe there's a reason why springform pans aren't used. Do you think it's gonna leak? Okay, I'll try a little bit. And yeah. I don't know if it's gonna leak. I won't know until okay, I'll just go with it. Oh, I shouldn't be. I should be pouring it this way so you can see. Oh wow, okay. It's gonna fill the pan quite nicely. Yeah, okay. What's the difference between kefir milk and regular milk? Yes, I will explain to you shortly once this is in the oven. I do make my own kefir, and I can show you what it is too, and explain how you can make it yourself. Did I not add the sugar? Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Good call. Okay, before it went in the oven, I forgot the sugar. The sugar's right here. Okay. Thanks for that. So what am I gonna do? Okay, I'll just pour it back in. Then that's hoping that I have enough butter on the pan to. Oops. Okay. Okay, that's silly. This is only to be seen on Twitch. When the streamer is absent-minded. Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna worry. I think I buttered it a lot, and it's still coated the side with, like, it doesn't look like the butter or the margarine has come off. So, I mean, I'll just assume that. I don't know if that's true. Sugar, yes. I'm actually doing a low sugar version. The recipe calls for 1 cup and 1/3 cup of sugar. Granulated white sugar. I'm actually using brown. It's not as strong. And I tend to cut the sugar amount in my recipes by at least 25%. 25%, it would probably make that, I'm gonna say approximately 1 cup. 1 cup of sugar is a lot to me, it really is. And that's sort of why I added raisins to it for some natural sweetness. So I'm going to just do slightly more than a 1/2 cup. I'm going to do a 1/2 cup and then a little bit more than that, okay? Good catch though, Mook Mook, I appreciate it. Mr. Cook for Fun would have noticed. I wouldn't have noticed so much. The bananas are quite ripe. There's 2 very, very ripe bananas. You can see in the beginning of the show, the bananas were black, okay, but they're perfectly fine for cooking and even eating. They didn't turn spoiled inside at all, but I did watch this video online from a major dessert chef who mentioned that she uses all kinds of ripened bananas for different things. Black bananas for one thing, or freckled bananas for another thing, and mentioned that black bananas are not moldy or spoiled. You can eat it, so yeah. Okay, so I'm just sort of oozing I made a small hole in the bag on purpose because I often get a lot of spillage, so yeah. I soak the raisins in water. Yeah, I've never tried alcohol. I have tried spiking raisins though before. Yeah, for salad, for an apple salad I made, the raisins were spiked in maybe vodka. And that's fun. It's like a little surprise. You're eating it and you take a bite of a raisin and it's just spiked, and it's only a small amount. It's just the size of a raisin. So I've done that before. That's quite fun. And spiking cherries too for like a salad that has cherries. And spiking, that's kind of slang. So if you're viewing from another country and it's not a slang you're familiar with, spiking refers to adding alcohol. Adding some alcohol to it, so yeah. But anyways, we didn't do that. That's just a side note. You once made scrambled eggs. Oh. I don't know if I missed something in the chat about scrambled eggs. Yeah, but I love making eggs. I normally do a breakfast sandwich on the weekends for me and Mr. Cook for Fun. And Mr. Cook for Fun mentioned that I should stream it. The thing is though, that when I make the breakfast in the morning, we're always in a rush, and I cook it fast. I'm so used to making it that I might take 10 minutes. And with eggs, you have to work fast. You can't let them sit there or they get overcooked and they turn grayish green. Like your scrambled eggs have to be a little bit, they have to have a bit of runniness to them or be slightly on the undercooked egg side so that they're tasty. Like I like my hard-boiled eggs like medium cooked, or my eggs easy over where the yolk is like runny. I like that. So I'm doing like 3/4 of a cup. Okay. Yeah, I'm just slowly oozing it out. Ah, scrambled eggs. Yeah. When I make my scrambled eggs, I actually, maybe it's not called scrambled egg. I don't scramble it up because that tends to overcook the egg. So I'll beat it a lot and I tend to sort of roll it into a log. And then that way the middle can retain some medium cookedness. Kind of like having a medium rare beef or steak. Need some of that softness there and undercookedness there. That's how I do it. So it's more like a fried egg log when I make my eggs, and I just like the middle to be moist. And one trick is when you're when you're beating your egg, is to add some oil in there, some cooking oil, whatever you're using, like olive oil, maybe not olive oil, but vegetable oil. The reason I say not olive oil is that you can't have it cooking on a high heat. I mean, I still use olive oil, but you reach its smoking point a lot earlier, and if you have your pan heating on a high heat, it'll start smoking earlier. So it's just, but that's okay. I think you turn it up and then you turn it down. I usually turn it down pretty quickly after I reach the desired heat, like a pretty high heat level. So that's like 3/4 cup. I think that's like, to me, that's really, really sweet. Well, that's pretty good enough. Yeah. Okay, so I hope it doesn't stick. I think we should be good, because it didn't seem to. But we'll see. And what I'll do is I'll get a plastic knife and I'll perforate the perimeter of the pan before I unbuckle the spring, because I don't want some cake sticking to it and sort of breaking the cake. Yeah. Ooh, I quite like that brown sugar swirl. If I kept, yeah, but it's okay. I'm gonna mix it right in because it's not gonna show. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay, so Quirkster, hi there. I missed you joining the chat, but welcome to our show. Yeah, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. I'm so sorry, I fell behind. Yeah, and it's never an accident when you're working with an egg and it drops into your cooking appliance. Yeah. When I drop eggs on the floor, it's also a win too. It's a win for Winston because he eats raw egg, and once a week it makes his fur nice and shiny. It's good for him. Just once a week, and that's enough to make his fur shiny. Yeah, he quite likes it. I think I'm gonna give him an egg after the show. Okay, so the sugar's there. Okay, so let's get that in. All right. And I have pecans. I'm going to put them on top of the cake. Because I think that looks nice. But I have to make sure it doesn't burn. So I'm going to sort of immerse them. And I want you to see, so you can't see. But there's nothing interesting to look at. I'm just pouring batter into a cake pan. I'll get our spatula to... Our spatula was used for margarine, so it's okay. I'll just use that to scrape. Yeah, get every last drop. Yeah. Okay, so Gaily Gal also does low sugar recipe too. Yeah, I find that it's restaurants and bakeries that might add a lot of sugar because it tends to sell. Ooh, I've got a cramp on my hand. I'm cramping up these days. It's a that's not good. That's not good. One of our viewers from Singapore made banana bread and posted on Twitter. This was probably about, I think it was last week or a week and a half ago, and mentioned that the recipe called for too much sugar and he would have rather taste the natural sweetness of the banana. And I mentioned, like, if you cut the sugar level by 25%, the taste of the pastry or the cake, it won't be severely changed. And then you can sort of experiment if you want to go like even less sugar than that. Yeah. So I'm just cleaning up the ends. I will give it a wipe so it doesn't sort of burn onto the pan. Yeah. How about making hash browns mixed with shredded onions? I've done that before. Yeah. One trick is to parboil the potatoes. Yeah, I've done that before too. It's quite good and it's really nice to add a bit of bacon. Everything tastes good with a bit of bacon. I'm going to grab some tissue just to give this a wipe so it doesn't burn to the pan. So, grabbing. Great. I'm just tearing some napkin. Okay. Great. So, Death Eater. Yesterday I had a 4-course meal. 4 courses. So, what were those courses? Did you have 2 appetizers or 2 mains or 2 desserts? Or something that was a blend of 2 of those types of meals? Was it a special occasion? Chinese wedding has 10-course meal. Basically small helpings of a lot of mains. Yeah. Okay. Great. I'm gonna wash my hands there. Okay. So, Gaily Gal, I like to put tomatoes, ginger, onions, cilantro, salt, and pepper. Oh, even ginger. I've never tried that. That would give it a nice sort of twist or kick to it. I mean, kick because the ginger really like pops out tomato. Do you pre-cook your vegetables before mixing it with your egg, or everything goes in together? I find the vegetables, they release a lot of liquids and they could affect the texture of the egg. Yeah. I find it's easier to scramble egg with nothing because you can control the egg more, but once I start doing omelets, I tend to overcook the egg part. I can't get it nice and moist because, just with the other things going on, everything tends to be on the grill longer, then the egg gets overcooked. Yeah. Okay, so this banana cake bread. Oh, and the pecans. Okay. I'm trying to hustle with this because this actually has to bake for an hour and a half. So once it's in, then my pace will sort of I'll feel more relief. So these are pecans. Yeah, they're cut up. And the recipe, I don't have to follow it exactly. I'll just top it with what I want. It says 3/4 cups. This is half a cup. So I'll start with that. And I didn't mix it right in. I'm just going to sprinkle it to the top and sort of make sure they get dunked somewhat so that they don't burn on top. Last week when we made the Dutch broider bread cake, I put an apricot on top. I thought it would look really pretty, and I assembled a sunshine, so the apricot was the middle of the sun. Then I had long strips of lemon rind as the sun's rays, thinking it'll just look nice, but they all burned. the orange apricot turned into like a a burnt apricot. So some sunburnt happened in the oven. Yeah. So I don't want to burn the nuts, but also I want to make sure that the bottom of the cake also cooks. I find that when I make apple pie, sometimes the bottom crust isn't, like, it's never crispy like the top parts that are exposed to the dry heat. I think the bottom, because it's covered, it just comes across as undercooked. So I might put it on a lower rack to yeah, but I don't know. But if it's in the oven for an hour and a half, I think we're okay. I'm thinking aloud. So I'll just keep doing this. I might just make a mountain, just like immerse it. Actually, I can cover the whole thing, even the rim. Yeah. Oh, hello, Freshu. How are you? Welcome back to our show. Yeah. You're tuning in from Germany. It's a little bit later than usual, our show. Yeah. Mr. Cook for Fun and I went to a hackathon, and we were just sort of, he on standby in case we had to do more changes to our presentation. So we're just sort of waiting for results. So just wasn't sure but once I saw that there was an opportunity to stream, I I posted that we were streaming. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it like a shake, or I'm gonna use my, okay, gonna sort of try to press it because I don't want these somewhat immersed, yeah, so they don't burn. And I'll tell you like why we have today's menu. It's not a viewer's request, which is unfortunate. I like to sort of keep the viewer's request coming and doing them and working on them, because I just think it's fun. I like to, yeah, you get a more personalized experience when you're watching, and when the viewer requesting is watching, often a lot of tips and techniques come across, so it becomes more personal, interactive. We're all learning together. I kind of like that. Yeah. How do we stay in shape? We walk every day. So there's a community park just outside our home. It's a circle around a baseball diamond. Yeah, pretty much a baseball diamond with a pretty large outfield and a couple of posts. But I think those posts are just markers for the baseball diamond. Approximately 800 meters for the, I guess, track. It kind of looks like a track, but it's not. It's just a path around a park. It's like a bowl shape. So the baseball diamond is like at the bottom of the bowl, and then the path is on the top of the bowl. Like the rim of the bowl is what we're walking around. So we walk every day. I used to exercise a lot before I got married. Like a lot. Like indoor rock climbing twice a week, adult gymnastic class once a week, outdoor rock climbing or hiking once a week. And then in the mornings at 7 a.m., jogging on a treadmill for half an hour, Monday to Friday. I used to do that. But then after I got married, life changed. My exercise is not sports. It's like household activities. Yeah, I once said to my grandma, I I really need to exercise. Oh, thanks so much for the follow. Oh, your username is in Chinese characters. Please do translate, or if a moderator could help with that, that'd be great. And let us know where you're tuning in from. Yeah, that is great. And Mr. Cook for Fun and I were thinking of learning Mandarin because it's good for work. I think our community is becoming diverse. A lot of people I would deal with are of Mandarin background, Mandarin Chinese background, and we're living in an area that's quite Chinese as well. And Mr. Cook for Fun, like if we're going to be here for a while, it would be more interesting to learn the language that the people around here are speaking, especially since dim sum, it's one of our favorite foods, and a lot of the wait staff, like they speak Chinese. They can understand some English too, but it's quite nice to, to know another language. Yes, burnt apricot. I'm just gonna catch up on the chat. Welcome back. Oh, your screen froze, Moog Moog. Okay, hope it's better. Yeah, I hate when that happens, and I hate when I have a tech difficulty with streaming that I have to put a notice saying we're gonna be delayed, or like we once had to cancel, and that was really, really bad. One time in our streaming history we had to cancel because we couldn't get it up and running. So it's when you're a streamer, it becomes really personal. It's a part of your life, and it's like not showing up to a party or to a friend's gathering when you really, really want to be there. Yeah, how much for the banana bread rise? I have no idea. So hopefully, I didn't use any parchment paper to line it, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna put this in, then I will come back. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, so timer. Okay, 1 hour and 30 minutes. It's pretty long. Okay, so we're gonna start our guacamole while I catch up on the chat. Hi, it's Wugga. How are you? Welcome back to our show. Yeah. Okay, so the banana bread is in the oven 1.5 hours, so we get to work on a few other things. So we did do salsa or pico de gallo last week while the Dutch broider bread cake was baking. We're doing it again. Where are we doing it again? Mr. Cook for Fun and I actually went to have Mexican food yesterday, and we were so excited because we hadn't had that in a long time. And we ordered a couple of types of tacos. We had both of them were pork tacos, and one of them was seasoned. It didn't say what seasoning it was seasoned, and then it had tomatilla. I think it's the green tomato salsa with a bit of pineapple, and the other one had pico de gallo salsa. And we were so excited, and it was very good when it came out, but I think there could have been an extra helping of salsa or toppings. It was very minimal, almost like 3 teaspoons of topping. It was a small taco, and because we're cooking at home all the time, we're so used to generous helpings and lots of toppings, lots of sauce. And it was like, okay, let's eat this again and have it the way we want it. So I guess one good thing about cooking on your own is that you can have things the way you want it. You can make more. So we were quite, our expectations were, I would say, not met. And So we really want to make up for yesterday's experience. So that's why we're doing it again. And last week we did make pineapple salsa. We still have that pineapple. It's in our fridge. And we also have mango that my parents gave us. So we're going to make a mango pineapple salsa. We will make guacamole. I have this super ripe large avocado product of Brazil. So this is awesome. It's very soft. So, you know, if there's anything that's not fresh inside, I'll have to scoop it out. But there will be lots that we can use in this large avocado. Then we're with a lot of the pineapple left over. We really do have to eat it because we cut it up last week. It can't really. I don't think it will have life for more and more dishes. Going to blend it up and make a fresh pineapple juice and add cold coconut milk to it for a soft pina colada, no alcohol. So yeah, lots going on today. Oh yeah, talking about mod. Thank you, Gaily Gal and Death Hater, for joining our show and modding. I know both of you are volunteers and you are keeping the community and welcoming for other viewers and greeting them, and also keeping the chat very safe and friendly. Yeah, so thanks for that. Marriage life, that's right. Where am I from? So we're tuning in. We're broadcasting from the Greater Toronto area. We're in a city just north of Toronto. That's the financial capital of Canada. I can see Toronto out my window. We're just a suburb north of Toronto on the province of Ontario. And my ethnic background, my parents were born in Hong Kong, so I'm of Chinese descent. Yes. Yeah. So Gaily Gal, are you commenting on the length of time that the cake will bake for? It will become a muffin. When you bake, you want better to maximum half full. Oh, so you think it's gonna rise? It's gonna become a muffin. Oh. So the recipe said to use one of these, a 9x5 pan, and it's gonna turn into a muffin. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the light and just to take a peek when we're halfway through to see what happens. I do have a wider springform pan. I suppose I should have used that because, yeah. Should I take it out and just throw it in? Is it gonna be really bad? Yeah, let me know, because it's still not too late to save it. Okay, so I'm just gonna start on the salsa ingredients while on chat. So we're just going to use, so I can chat while doing this, rolling the lime. Yeah, so Almira's request for Dutch breakfast table. Smelt bowling, Belgian fries. Okay, Belgian fries. I saw a picture that you sent way back, I think about a month and a half ago. I think it was like March 30 when we did a stream for our 200th follower who was from Canada requesting poutine, which are fries with cheese curd and gravy. And I also did Newfoundland, which is a province in Canada on the east coast, a fishing province. And I did Newfoundland fries, which have like dressing or stuffing, kind of like turkey stuffing, if you're familiar with turkey, and your bread stuffing, your bread mixed with seasoning and little bits of other ingredients. So Belgian fries I remember them being really thin toothpick, almost like toothpick fries. So my cake is gonna turn to a muffin. We'll see. Uh-oh, I should have used a bigger springform pan. So your 4-course meal: clam chowder, yum, salad, salmon. Salmon's your favorite, isn't it? Broccoli and squash, and dessert. Raspberry, yummy, yummy, yummy. What was the occasion? Yummy, yummy, yummy. Clam chowder. I can imagine it being really, really delicious and authentic. We're in North Carolina, clam chowder. Clam chowder's from New England, isn't it? But I think where you're located in, there's the seafood's quite good. Salad and salmon. And how was the salmon cooked? Was it pecan crusted? I know that's a request you've had for some time. Pecan crusted, and I can't hide. I've got pecans, so I gotta do it. Yeah, I do have to do it soon, sooner than later. And I just need a recipe that doesn't contain mustard. Mr. Cook for Fun and mustard don't go together. Nepalese flag, yes, it is there. Second half blood. I think you recalled you're from UK with a Nepalese background, so I had it added. Avocado, yes, guacamole. Here's our avocado. It's really, really soft. So let's hope that it has. I put it in the fridge to sort of prolong and extend its life. I bought it in the reduced to clear section of the grocery store. I have to admit, I wasn't intending on making guac when I bought this. I saw it and I thought it's better to, if you're going to, it was very ripe and I knew that I could use it. If I get underripe ones, they might not ripen properly, like they might go bad before they ripen. That happens, so I thought I'll take a chance and and buy it. I actually it came in a package of 2. It was styrofoam wrapped so that you can't inspect it because it's already reduced to clear. And it was $1.30 Canadian, which is roughly like $1.15 US. And I was like, I'm gonna give it a chance. And I like the size of it. I think what I noticed different about these large avocados and the smaller ones from Mexico that we get a lot of in Canada, which are usually in a bag of 5, is that there are more yellow parts. So your avocado usually has, your skin and then the green parts and then the yellow parts and then the seed. Here's a seed of the other avocado, so it's pretty. These have like more yellow parts and they taste, so the taste is a bit different. There's just more yellow parts of the avocado. Yeah. Salmon is your favorite. Okay. Do you like salmon sushi, or you do like baked salmon, like cooked salmon, as your choice? Salmon and tuna are my favorite. Tuna, sushi and sashimi. Yeah, I really, really got. Last night you made cured salmon bagels with yum. Did you make? You made the cured salmon. Did you cure the salmons yourself, or you bought them that way? Yeah, I would buy them that way. I don't have that skill or the equipment. I do have a smoker for salmon. We do have to use it one day. It would go in the barbecue, which isn't set up, because before we set up the barbecue, some of you following our channel, our barbecue didn't come with like a stand. We have to build a kitchen to install the barbecue in. And so before we build the outdoor kitchen, we have to do a couple of things. We have to run the gas line from the basement to the backyard. We have to build a deck, and then we can build the kitchen, and then we can install the barbecue. So in each of those steps are big steps. So we're not going to be smoking salmon in our barbecue for some time. But I can't wait, though. I can't wait for that day. It'll be a lot of fun to just do an outdoor stream. So I'm going to... This is a trick I learned. Cut the ends of your citrus. This will open up the vessels, because as you can see with citrus, all the pulp sort of converges towards those ends. And this helps to open up the vessels to get the juices to come out. So I'll try squeezing from here, but I tend to cut it in half again and then I squeeze it, but like I think it's starting to drip already. So it's the vessels are nice and open that way. Oh, Almaria. I could use a British flag too, depending. So my parents moved over in the 70s. I think in 73 or 72. Yeah. But Hong Kong has its own flag too, and I think it's up there because I think we did have I see it, a Hong Kong viewer before. Yeah, so it's even though it was under British rule, it had its own flag too. But there's a British flag too because we have UK viewers as well. Yeah, okay. Just to speed it up, I'm going to actually cut it in half again. Is this dull? Okay, it's okay. Okay, I'm just gonna squeeze. So you think I should take the cake out? I'm a little bit delayed in reading your message. I'm just gonna turn on the light. I don't know, should I take the chance? Oh yeah, it is rising. I'm gonna take the chance. I hope nothing bad happens because it looks quite nice. It has started rising, so it's not quite raw anymore, but it does look good. I can see the pecans on top, so it'll turn into a muffin, I guess. As long as it won't drip out because the top is already hardening. So it'll be a muffin. Yeah. Oh, I should have considered that earlier. Yeah. So. Yeah. Haven't seen a muffin cake before. That'll be interesting. Yeah. The salmon was previously cured. Okay. No problem. I do that too. Yeah. It's very hard to do that in like with regular kitchen appliances. I think you need something else to do curing. Yeah. I like to get every last drop, so I sort of squeeze or press the pulp against the bowl. That's my budget-friendly side or no waste side. Never barbecue on gas, always charcoal. You know, my parents grew up doing that. Yeah, Mr. Cooper Fine, he's really into gas, and he can't wait to sort of switch our kitchen range over to a gas stove. He misses it. So I think you were there. In our old Cook for Fun kitchen, we had a gas stove. Yeah, he misses it very much. And my mom actually comes over and does a bit of cooking too. And she mentioned, your stove heats up so slowly. But, I mean, there are other things to cry about, right? Or complain about in life. It's not a big deal. You get used to it and you do your other things while something is heating up. Like you can be right beside the stove watching it, but while chopping something up. So it's not that bad. Yeah. You like how I say citrus? Citrus? I don't know how I say it now because I'm thinking about it. I think that if I say it without thinking, that's how I say it. But if you point it out, I stop and think about it. I don't know how I say it. Citrus. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna leave a cake in there. Yeah, I'll turn it into a muffin. Yep. So I'm just squeezing away this lime. Surprisingly, there's no seeds. This is a seedless lime. Yeah. I normally do this part last. I think a lot of people do. They cut up the vegetables that go in the salsa and then they squeeze. I chose it to do the other way so that I could chat, like so that I could roll the lime to sort of squish some of the pulp inside, get the juices to come out readily. Yeah, okay. So I'll just put this in the compost. I tried keeping the skin or the peel because there's still a lot of juice that I haven't squeezed out. Like so it's almost impossible to get every single drop out. I guess you would need to use a juicer, a citrus juicer, but I don't have one, so I just did it by hand, and I found that since there's a lot being wasted, I thought maybe I can put it in a glass and add water to it and have like a lime water. But when I did that, the taste of the peel is really, really strong and bitter, and my water ends up tasting like the bitter peel. But with lemon, I don't find that. Like, I don't mind putting a lemon wedge right into my water. But with the lime, it doesn't quite taste like lime anymore. It tastes like lime peel, which is really bitter. So that's too bad. I like to not waste things. Yeah. Citrus versus citrus. Tomato versus tomato. Yeah, okay. So you say citrus. Citrus. I don't know if that's Canadian. Citrus. Tomato. The tomatoes. Tomato. You say tomato. I say tomato. I think there's another way of saying tomato too. Yeah. Okay. Last week when I was cutting onions on the stream, I was crying. The onions were so pungent. Yeah. And that's only happened once on the stream, and I think it's because smaller onions are stronger. That was so weird. But I had quite a few onions. That doesn't make sense. Why would I have so many onions? When I was for making salsa last week. I have to think of, maybe it was just one onion, but I was crying. So I'll try to control my tears. Yeah. Thanks, Gaily Gal. I watched another cooking stream last week, and the streamer was making Thai curry puffs and a white cake with strawberry, and she decorated the cake, and it looked like a lot of fun. It's not something that I've done often, cake decoration, but it inspired me, and I'm going to give it a shot. I think my parents have cake decorating, I guess the piper for squeezing the icing out or the frosting, and it was a simple white cake. And she decorated with the frosting, and she piped these little, I'm going to say for lack of better description, like these Hershey Kiss shapes, like these puffs, these teardrop puffs, Hershey Kiss chocolate puffs all around the rim of the cake, on the top and around the bottom, and then put strawberries in the middle. And it just looked amazing, and I thought, I should do that. It's nice to have that. It's just nice to have that. It's such a crowd pleaser to have a cake as a centerpiece that's decorated. The cake was quite simple. It was just a vanilla cake. and it was covered with icing, and that just made it look so special and so gorgeous. I don't want you to see the food trash on the little camera. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no crying today. And yeah, I don't think goggles help. I think some people even try using ski goggles. But no crying today. Okay, I'm gonna pick. Okay. I'm gonna do a smaller onion. I think smaller ones tend to, I don't know, bigger one? Okay. They're all very, very ripe. Okay. And I'll give this a rinse. So I hope, at least by repeating this salsa recipe on the stream, that you'll make your own salsa instead of buying it. Yeah, if you ever try homemade salsa, you can't go back to store-bought salsa. It's just way better. It's easier. It's easier. It's cheaper. I used to love dunking my tortilla chips into like a jar of store-bought salsa, and it almost seemed like you have to buy that if you're going to have tortilla chips. But after trying homemade, it's just like night and day. Like, I find that the store-bought salsa, it tastes like a relative of ketchup. It's got so much preservative in it. But with homemade salsa, you get the freshness of the tomatoes. You get the texture of the vegetables. Way better. Yeah. So the streamer, and this is the Gaily gal who was making the cake. If she were on, I would mention it just so you can. Yeah, but had this kind of like a lazy Susan on the table and was turning it as she was going around the cake. So that was helpful. Yeah, I don't think I'll buy that because I don't unless I really get into decorating cakes regularly. But that was cool to see that. And I was quite inspired because it's just so nice to have that as a centerpiece. Or just to turn like this plain banana bread into a gorgeous cake with icing. And another concern I have too about icing is they tend to be quite sugary, and so I think a substitute for sugary icing is a whipped cream frosting with a bit of gelatin powder added to help maintain its stiffness so that it doesn't collapse on you, the whipped cream. Yeah, I haven't tried it. I think I'm gonna probably view some YouTube videos on that just to see it done so that I can actually see that, oh, it does look pretty stiff. Yeah. If I get into the habit of decorating cakes, Mr. Cook for Fun will be like so excited about cake, having cake after the stream. Yeah. He likes cake with no icing too, but you know, the icing just makes it such a treat. Yeah. Yep, it's cleaver time. Yeah, I know I'm a sort of delayed reaction. Sorry about that. So for the salsa, the basic ingredients are lime, onion, tomato, and cilantro. Which reminds me, I didn't wash the cilantro, so I'm gonna quickly grab that. I'm gonna use this baking pan to sort of soak it to get any of the sand or dirt out of it. And I did promise to explain kefir, which I will. It's over here. The kefir. I'll explain that. I'm going to firstly clean the cilantro. I'll just soak it. Yeah. For now, and then I'll give it a more thorough rinsing, but I'll soak it for now. Okay. I'll cut up some jalapeno and some garlic. I'll just finish working on the base of the salsa. Then I'll talk about the kefir milk. So I'm just gonna grab a clove of garlic. Yeah. Okay, you see onions trigger the nose too. I'm sort of jumping around the chat. For me, it triggers, yeah, all the, I don't know what you call it, but I guess it's the membranes. It's like, yeah, like the eyes, like the nose, like, yeah. Like when you cry, like the nose runs too, so they're kind of related. I could use a mincer, a garlic press to mince the garlic. I'll just, those are always a pain to wash. I'll just sort of, yeah, just press it and just dice it by hand. Yeah, Gaelic, I agree. Homemade salsa is the best. Oh, so to you, the priority is spiciness. Yeah, it's not just that though. Store-bought salsa, at least in Canada, like I think the commercial brand is like Tostitos, one of the major chip brands. They also carry salsa. It kind of looks like ketchup with a bit of other vegetables added to it. It's not very good after you've tried homemade salsa. So I'm just doing the base for the salsa. Then we'll add the pineapple and the mango. So this is roughly diced. You might want it more fine, or you might not even want it if you don't like garlic. Some people find raw garlic pretty strong or pungent, and yeah. A little bit of jalapeno, not too much because I'm going to add chili oil to it. I like adding chili oil. And we added chili oil to the pulled pork. I'm going to explain the recipe for the pulled pork once we get to that. I did it overnight. I had it slow cooking for, I would say around 12 hours. Yeah. That's why I couldn't feature it on the stream, but it's pretty easy. You pretty much throw everything in, the seasoning and the meat, and let the slow cooker do its cooking overnight. Yeah. If you don't have a slow cooker, you could simmer it on a stovetop, but just be careful because it's the environment, like the heat, the temperature isn't controlled the way a slow cooker does. The temperature control. Yeah. You don't want any accidents in your kitchen, especially if you're not watching it cook. Yeah. Yeah. Soup is better homemade too. Yeah. But I must admit, I do like Campbell's canned cream of mushroom soup and chicken noodle soup. I like those in can form. Yep. Cream of mushroom is really, really good. So, okay, I'll just finish off with the basic ingredients. For the salsa, so we have tomato, onion, lime, and jalapeno. Okay, so we have our cilantro. Okay, so I think it's pretty clean after soaking it. I'll just pull off anything that looks brownish or whatever. Yeah. Because this cilantro didn't have roots, and usually there's a lot of dirt kind of caught around the roots, so I'm not worried about that. This looks pretty good. One thing too, soaking in water helps to crisp it up. If you've ever tried soaking lettuce in water, you'll notice that it's Like it's crunchier, it's crispier, it's quite nice. Like in the bag or coming straight out of your fridge, it might look a bit flat. So the water actually helps it. So just some like parts that have gone darker and aren't fresh anymore. Just pull those out. Yep. Oh, welcome Tonic Profic. How are you? And welcome to Cook for Fun TV. And let us know what country you're tuning in from, and see if your flags are reflected on the screen, as those reflect the countries that viewers have tuned in from. Yeah, since our show started. Okay. So you have a good cream cheese frosting recipe. 2 slabs of 8-ounce cream cheese, a stick of butter, an almond cup of, sorry, does that say almond? I might have some of my screen cut off. And almond cup of powdered sugar, blend smooth. So that sounds good. It kind of gives like that cheese frosting sort of, if you like cream cheese. Yeah. If you think that cheesecake is too cheesy because it's quite thick, but you do like that taste, I think that frosting is a good compromise to put that on your cake. Yeah, I should try that. Yeah. 2 cream cheese bars. That's quite a bit. Yeah, my mom would like that. My mom's in Japan right now, and when she comes back, I think for the welcome dinner I can do that. She'll really like that. Yeah, I always do that when I pick her from the airport. It's good to have like a meal waiting and ready, so that she doesn't have to think. And yeah, I think she'll like that. I like making stuff that she doesn't make. She's very used to cooking Asian food, and just not like confident about cooking other types of food. So when I cook it, I like to share it so that she can have the chance to try it. So got rid of the bad parts of the cilantro. I just like how it sort of crisps up after soaking it in water. Okay. So that cream cheese recipe is a crowd pleaser. Good to know. Crowd pleasers, it's good to have that in your back pocket. Like it's good, it's good to have that as your secret weapon. To attract people. Yeah. Hi. USSI with the Stussy. How are you? Cook for fun. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. And hello to you, Trench to Tan. Do I like Spanish food? There was mention of a seafood paella, if that's how you pronounce it, the Paella, and I would like to make that sometime. We actually have a paella pan under this counter, so I should pull it out one day to try it. We did make, to me, a paella shared similarities with jambalaya, and where you have a rice pot dish with a lot of ingredients and vegetables and meat sort of cooking and blending in flavors the whole time that it's cooking. It reminded me of that. But would definitely like to try that. I would think that's the only thing I'm familiar with. I've heard of Spanish chorizo versus Mexican chorizo. They're different, but no. So please share with us. And are you tuning in from Spain or a Spanish country? Yeah, let us know where you're tuning in from. You mentioned tapas, tortillas, and I don't know that. Tacos de papis and mamacitas. I'll look that up, but what are those? Yeah. I do like tapas. Tapas are always nice, like a little plate full of different things and eating more things so that you can taste more. It's always fun to have different things on your plate rather than one thing and only one thing. I like that. I like the variety in the meal very much. Yeah. So tapas. Whenever someone asks what is dim sum, I describe it as like tapas, dim sum. So what is dim sum if you're not familiar? It is like Chinese tapas or Southern Chinese tapas where you have little dishes that you order, and when you have, and the portions are usually in sets of 2, 3, or 4, and they're little bite-sized foods. And so recently when Mr. Cook for Fun and I had dim sum, we ordered these shrimp dumplings. Came in a set of 4. Very, very nice shrimp dumplings. We had some bread pockets with barbecue pork in them, bread pocket with custard cream. We had this rice noodle roll, this large noodle made of rice flour, and it's very oily. And there's filling inside, almost like a jumbo ravioli, you know. So what would that, cannoli. Yeah, almost like a cannoli, but instead of stuffed with cheese, it's stuffed with like meat. It's stuffed with beef and some cilantro. You can get it stuffed with shrimp or barbecue pork. We had one stuffed with a Chinese donut. A Chinese donut is pretty much like a donut that isn't sweet. It's shaped like a stick form instead of a circle, and it's deep fried, and it's very airy. There's a lot of holes in it, like from the expanding, and that's put into your noodle roll, and it's rolled up. It's really good. Yeah, so so that's Chinese tapas. But I would love to know more about dem papis and mamacitas. I'm from the slum in India. Oh, well, don't talk down on where you're from. Every place has its beauty. Yeah, there's quite. One of our moderators is a fan of Indian food, hailing from the UK. She likes anything that's Indian and Italian. Yeah, and we once did a chicken wing that was flavored with tandoori spice. Yeah, but we haven't done more Indian foods, but would love to. So let us know what are some favorites that you like to eat in India. Okay, I'm going to start stirring, and then I'm going to explain the milk kefir. Yeah. I'll just use a large spoon. Okay. Cilantro. So we've got in here, maybe you can't see it anymore. Maybe if I mix it, you'll see it better. We've got onion, tomato, cilantro, lime, and some jalapeno mixed in. We are going to add mango and pineapple, okay? But this is your basic salsa. Also, we would add some pepper and salt to taste, and some olive oil too to taste. So let's do that. So that's just the base. Okay. Yes, Gaily Gal, I eat the stems of cilantro. I don't like wasting. So my husband once bought fresh beets, and the beets came with like a long leafy stem, and he threw them in the garbage. And I didn't know if anything could be done with that. But it stuck in my mind, and I looked up if beetroots could be eaten. So I'm just adding a pinch of salt. If you're wondering, this is called a salt pig. I guess the opening looks like a big snout for a pig. So I got to ask this question, and I think the reason it's a clay is it helps to absorb the moisture. And I have seen in some Asian restaurants in the salt shaker, so imagine this is salt and not pepper, there's some raw rice grains in it, and that rice helps to draw moisture too. Same idea, it draws moisture so that your salt doesn't go, I don't know if it goes bad, but it just it stays dry. And if you ever drop your cell phone in water or it gets rained on, wipe it clean and put it in a bag of rice. That will help draw moisture out of it. Not guarantee it will save your phone, but it could help it. Yeah. Okay, salt, pepper, and a bit of olive oil, but I'm actually adding chili oil. So I went light on the jalapeno because I knew I was adding chili oil. And I did post on Twitter the recipe for this chili oil. So this is just the oil itself. It's red in color, but here is the oil with all the ground up chilies in it. And this is quite nice. I did post the recipe on Twitter like a couple weeks ago when I made hummus. I added a bit of chili oil for taste, and also because hummus isn't so attractive. It's just this yellowy color. So the red, like that, adds that accent to it to give it like a bit of personality, like the red and the yellow. So the chili oil is quite nice. It's got your chili flakes. It's got cardamom, star anise, ginger, garlic, and some cinnamon to flavor it up. So it is infused with other flavors, which is quite nice. So we like to add, I'm just going to put a spoon. It is spicy. Okay, so that's good. So that's our salsa. It's all preparation, no cooking. And look how much I made. So when you buy one of those jars from the store, it's probably like half the size. It's not very big at all. It's maybe like just under this amount here. I don't know if I were to describe how much this is. And look at that. I made it. I probably saved myself around $5. And this is definitely not $5 worth of ingredients. It might be like $1 or $2, maybe even less, but yeah. And I get more, and it tastes so good. So let's put that on the side, and I'll explain about the kefir. Great. Papi's dad, father, mamacita's hot chicken was a troll move. You know what? I'm getting some of the text cut off, so let me just hot chicks. It was a troll move. Ah, okay. Well, good thing you caught that, Gilly gal. Yeah, we'll try to, and I appreciate you trying to keep the community welcoming and friendly and a safe chat zone. Yeah, for Cook for Fun. So thanks so much for that. So let me show you with a spoon. Kefir. It looks pretty weird. Okay, it just looks weird. It looks like something that's kind of old. It is something that has fermented or cultivated. So, okay, maybe I've got these kefir grains. Okay, they do look kind of strange. They kind of look, if I were to rinse this, a spoonful, you'd see these little bubbles, almost like small tapioca bubbles, like little jelly bubbles. And they are bounded together almost, they're bounded together, and they kind of look like brains, even though brains look like noodles, okay? So these jelly bunches of kefir grains, okay? So you need to find this from a donor. I think you can buy them from like a health food store, but I got this from a donor. I looked up someone on Kijiji who was giving it away, and I offered to give it away, but it was a bit of trouble because like people, they don't come when they say they do, and I don't know, it's just better to give it to friends who won't stand you up. But I got it from a donor, and I brought my glass, and she put some in my glass or jar and added some milk, and the next day the milk that the kefir grain is in will thicken. So I'll show you the texture. It's runny, but it's thicker than milk. Not quite as thick as like Greek yogurt. It's more like a yogurt drink, like yop yogurt drink. Like so. And what does it taste like? It tastes like buttermilk. It tastes like buttermilk. And I often have it with fruit, and I bake with it. It's a substitute for buttermilk. So our bread had kefir in it. It's also healthy. So this is actually supposed to be healthier than yogurt. It's supposed to contain like billions of probiotics. Yeah, from what I've read, and I think it's a known fact. It's not like a myth. It's actually good for you. Yeah. So I just keep feeding it with milk. Like after I drink it or consume it, I add more milk. And I have a lot of grains in here. I think most people might have only a tablespoon. So in 3 hours, it would thicken and it's ready to use. And if it's ready and I'm not eating it yet, I put it in the fridge. The longer I leave it out, the more sour it gets, which isn't bad, but like I might not enjoy it. And Mr. Cook for Fun, he doesn't like it sour. He does like kefir, and he buys it from the supermarket. It's quite pricey. It's like $4 for a small jug, like not even a liter, just small. And I just make it, and I try to just let it cultivate for the 3 hours and put in the fridge right away, so that it doesn't get that sour taste. And then blend it with some strawberry puree. Like he can't have it straight. He has to have it with like yeah. It has to be enhanced for him. So yeah, it's and I think there are online groups where you can request or meet up with a donor to get some I don't know, I mean, you have to trust the person. I'm not too worried about that. I don't know, maybe haven't had a problem with that so far. I think there are groups where people will mail it to you. Like they might wash their grains, dry them up, and mail it to you. You just provide them with the postage fee, because it's supposed to be like the community of people that eat this. Like they're supposed to they like to share, because it's yeah, you're supposed to share. Like once you use the grains and keep feeding it, they grow. Like those jelly bubbles I showed you, they will keep expanding. Like more and more bubbles will like grow, and you can donate them to other people. So yeah, that's what that is. Yeah. Okay. Oh, something really Indonesian. Okay. The word lapis rings a bell. I will look at your link after the stream. No preservatives in the salsa too. That's right. Kefir milk looks like coconut milk. I guess so. That's a good comparison, because coconut milk, it separates like the cream and you can't say whey because it's not yogurt, but the liquid, the watery liquid separates. So kefir is often used in smoothies. Yeah. So if you find a donor, you should get some. It's good for your health. Yeah, it's good for your gut. Well, it's got the same benefits as yogurt, but more. It's supposed to have more probiotics. So there you go. And kefir is used in a lot of baking as well. So I'm going to put this back in the fridge before it gets more sour. And while I'm here, I took out our pineapple from last week's stream. We used the shell as a bowl, and I just sort of I put it back together when I put it in the fridge, so it's intact. So like we took the middle out, which has a lot of fruit in it, and I used a couple of broken takeout chopsticks, and I had like the lid kind of on an angle with like the salsa overflowing. It was just part of presentation. So how big will I keep the kefir brain? I actually just keep it. The more you have, the faster your kefir milk will like cultivate. So I mentioned that for me, it just takes 3 hours and it's ready. So if I add milk to it after work, and then I'm just doing this ad hoc, just peeling the I don't know if I'm doing it the proper way. I'm just gonna cut the shell off. Okay. So if I start fermenting or cultivating the kefir after work. I think by the end of dinner, like whatever, I settle in, I get changed, whatever, wash up, settle in. After dinner, I should be able to make a smoothie. Yeah, after dinner. So I have made on the show a mango lassi, which is an Indian yogurt drink with mango and yogurt. So instead of using yogurt, I used kefir. Yeah. Yeah, so see if you can find a donor if you're interested. You can even buy kefir from the supermarket in the dairy section. Some supermarkets will have it and try it, but the one you make from home, it'll be more sour because I find that the ones from the stores, they will combine it with cream. They'll sort of try to make it taste more like a milk because I think they want it to sell and they want more people to like it. Like there are people who are quite picky about things that are fermented or kind of like they have that, I don't know. They think it's gone bad. So, okay, I'm just gonna work on all this. Like I've got like more pineapple. Just sort of work on all of them. I don't really want to save any, so I'll put some aside for the salsa and some aside for our pina colada. So Almira, you can easily get away rather than the kefir. So do you mean that this is something that you can get from donors, like a kefir? Oh, okay. You can buy the drink, but not the grains. So when you go to the supermarket, it's just the liquid you get. You don't get those brain. You get that from a donor. Because once you have the brain, you can make your own and then you don't have to buy anymore. So the shop won't give it to you with some of the brain in it. Yeah, so that's common. Yeah, that you can easily get the drink, but not, you have to get a donor. I think you can buy it. I think they sell it on Amazon where it's dried up and you can activate it. It's not really worth it. I think you can find a donor. You know, people are nice. It's just a matter of finding someone. It grows fast. Like after 1 week, you'll have enough to donate to someone else. Yeah. So try that first if you're interested, or try the drink itself to see if you like it. But it tastes like buttermilk. Oh, do I still have the kimchi jar from last time? No. I gave a couple jars away to parents, and my sister-in-law, she loves kimchi, but we did make more. We didn't show it on stream because we figure we already streamed it, which I know I'm doing a repeat stream today. I'm doing salsa, but yeah, we did do it again, and we have some. Yeah. We really like it when it's fresh, and then after a month or 2 months, like it's so sour. Yeah, it's good though. It's just that we can't eat it straight. Like we put it in other recipes too. We had it with macaroni and cheese. It's quite good. So macaroni and cheese, if you're not familiar with this North American dish, it's just macaroni in a creamy, cheesy sauce. Really comforting, classic to eat. Yeah. You can buy it in like an instant format, almost like having instant noodle, where it takes only maybe 8 minutes to make the whole thing. So the macaroni tends to be smaller than packaged macaroni, like the one in the box of macaroni and cheese is smaller, and the cheese mix is a powder. Yep, it's good though. Yeah, so I'm just trying to salvage as much of the pineapple fruit as I can, and then I'll sort of clean up here and put some aside for the salsa and put some aside for the pina colada. Yes, kimchi and mac are good together. So I don't know if you've ever tried kimchi with ketchup. macaroni and cheese with ketchup. But it's like the same idea, something a little bit sourish to go with the creamy mac and cheese. So I think that's done. I think I can't salvage much from that piece. I know you can't see the close-up. You're just sort of relying on my narration. So I will try to be this, but this isn't interesting. Just cleaning up this pineapple. Yeah, most people just throw this out. I'm such a, yeah, I'll just say it. I'm so frugal. I'm so budget conscious. But it's about appreciating too, respect for food. I was reading an article about UK. They have there's a name for it, food waste supermarkets. So when supermarkets are, instead of throwing out food that's going to go bad soon, they give it away to food waste supermarket. And food waste supermarkets are kind of like a food bank, except that the customer can pay what they feel like. So it's almost like it's free. They pay what they feel like, and they do encourage people who use the system to volunteer back into it. And it's just because like studies have shown, or the facts are, that a lot of restaurants, a lot of supermarkets, they waste food that's perfectly good to eat. So yeah, so respect food. Yeah. Okay. Let's get this in the compost. Hi, Shining Bright. How are you? Good to see you again. Yeah. And my stream is a little bit later than usual. Mr. Cook for Fun and I were at a hackathon, and the timing was a little bit uncertain, but I'm glad I was able to arrange a time to fit in a stream, even if it's later than usual. Yeah, I'm well. Yeah. And someone asked about the weather here. It's warming up, but I had to wear a jacket today, like a leather jacket, and I had a jean jacket on, so it's still a bit chilly at times. What else? I didn't see you on the previous stream. We made Dutch Brother, which is a Dutch yeast cake with a yummy filling of almond paste and brown sugar and lemon rind. And the filling was sandwiched between two bread layers. The bread had in it apricot and raisins, so it's supposed to be eaten for celebrations like birthdays. Yeah, okay. So these parts that came off the walls of my pineapple shell bowl for last week's salsa, I think I'm going to blend these for the pina colada. Okay, and I'm going to just use half of this for the salsa. Okay, I can do two things. I can have two different salsas, one pineapple salsa and one mango salsa. I would just divide this salsa base and have them separate, or I can blend it all and have pineapple and mango in the same salsa. I might separate them because I think if I do two fruits in one, neither fruit will stand out. You can't, like the pineapple will sort of get confused with the mango. So I'm going to do two separate ones. So let's grab. My husband bought these really cute dipping bowls. They kind of look like those guacamole bowls. I've got actually, I'm going to have to move my camera a little bit so I can open it up. Okay. I have a couple more of these. They're kind of cute, so we'll use it for the guacamole and salsa. I'm just going to reposition this webcam. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, we're good. Yeah. Yeah, respect food and Yeah, my parents too, you know, growing up, he had a lot of siblings, and when there was like a cooked chicken, they all fought for the best chicken piece. Like can't take food for granted. So, yeah, yeah. So I've always had that. I always clean my dish up when I eat. Just don't throw anything out or pack any leftovers. It's sort of my habit. Okay. I'm going to cut some more for the, can you see? Okay, I'll just put these aside. So if I'm going to divide this by 2, oops, and assuming that a portion would fit into one of these, so I don't need too much pineapple. I'm just gonna like cut this with that, maybe that much pineapple, and the rest will be for the pina colada. So let me put that away. And whoops, another little, okay, I'll put this in this place. Okay. Creating a safety hazard here. Okay. So these will be blended for the pina colada. And there's nothing special about the pina colada. It's just gonna be pineapple and coconut milk blended together. I'm making it soft. It's gonna be a mocktail, no alcohol. The coconut milk, the can of coconut milk is in the fridge. It was in the fridge overnight, so it's chilled, no ice. And that's it. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna save part of this shell to add as a garnish on top of the pina colada cup. It just looks pretty that way. Yeah, I had forgotten that, but luckily I still have some left here. So I'll just dice this up. Okay, for the salsa. Yeah, might actually have quite a bit of salsa. That's okay. Yeah, or pineapple for the salsa. Once I chop it up, it'll seem like the volume will increase. It'll just look like a lot. Yeah, so Way Smart, that is a grocery store I read about that exists in the UK. I think other countries are looking into that. I think the Netherlands is looking into that. It's a good idea. There's so many people that don't get enough to eat. Yeah, a lot of people living off very, very marginalized standards. And groceries are not always affordable. Like it's more affordable than going to a restaurant, but it's definitely not, like it's not always affordable. Okay, just dicing them up. Oh, you have a few of those salsa bowls. Yeah, yeah, my husband had them. I actually don't use them a lot. Yeah. I use Chinese rice bowls, but I remembered we had them, so I took them out. And they're plastic. Yeah, but I guess that's okay. I'm not cooking in them or anything. I'm just serving them. This is already prepared. So that's a lot I diced up. I don't need it all. Okay. So I'll have to put some aside, but okay. So I'll just So at the restaurant I ate at yesterday, there might have been like only this much salsa or less on the taco, maybe less. And I was like, couldn't taste it, and it's not. It's so easy. It's so easy to make. They should have tons and tubs of them in the restaurant. So, yeah. Oh, the FDA would shut it down. Yeah, I'm not sure about the quality control, but there's always concerns. Yeah, so I'm adding pineapple to it. I'll give you a close-up. I'll add as much as I can, make it very pineapple-y. And the rest I'll put to the side. can do with a third one. A third one with combination of mango and pineapple. So let's do that. Okay, and I'll just give this a stir. Yeah. The thing with these bowls being black is that I don't have to worry about making a mess on the rim. Like every time you serve or you plate something, I would see on TV, like the chefs would take a napkin and wipe down the side, but I was thinking about that mentally, like when I was like, oh, I should have this mixed before plating it, but that's all right. We're dealing with a black bowl. Okay, so let me show you close up in the camera. Oh, you can. It's not a really good view. Yeah. Yeah, so nice and a fruity tooty. Okay. If I could angle it towards you. There. So it shows up a little bit while I'm working on the others. Okay, maybe like that. Yeah. I wanna angle it more. Okay. I don't know. Oh, you smash your chili. So mine are already, well, I dice them. Yeah. Or I can use a blender. But mortar and pestle is nice. Like, well, that's if you're mixing other ingredients too, and herbs and spices. Like the fragrance comes out. It's like aromatherapy while you're mixing. It's like, ah. When I was making that Dutch spice last week for the bread cake, the speculaasgruden, like all those nine spices, the flavors when I was crushing the clove and the clove mainly, and what else was large. And the anise seeds, all the fragrance were coming out. Yeah. How sweet would I say the pineapples are? Okay, let me sample. I know they're really sweet because they were already ripe last week. And my dad bought it from the reduced to clear section for $1. So they were ripe when I picked it up. They were ripe. They were super ripe when I was working with them last week. Now they should be super, super ripe. They're sweet. They're ripe. They're not... Like, the acidity is there because it's a pineapple. But it's definitely on the sweet side. So for me, I have a couple of sensitive teeth. Like, if you have sensitive teeth and you're like, when you eat ice cream, or it's not that bad. I had them bonded with filling, but it won't make you do that. It won't hit that nerve or trigger your the tooth sensitivity. So it's good. Yeah. Yeah. So it's definitely ripe, but it hasn't gone bad. So it's nice. I like my fruits ripe. I like them ripe versus tart. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Hi. How's it going, Luco Rivers? Thanks for tuning in again. And we've got our banana bread in the oven. Another 20 minutes. Wow, we're actually moving along. Okay, which means I need to move along. And we just finished our pineapple salsa. Let's do our mango salsa now. This ripe mango, it's dotted with some, it's starting to go bad, but we'll see how the fruit turns out. This is Atolfo mango. You can use any mango. Use any fruit you want too. Yeah. There's no hard and fast rule for this. It's just that it just seemed more refreshing to mix a bit of fruit in the salsa. So, yeah, you can use any fruit that you sort of like. Yeah. Okay. So let's just cut one side off. It's gonna be ripe. I'm trying to go around the seed. Candy ginger, no. So we've got some bad parts, so those are gonna go out. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get a smaller knife. Yep, we gotta do a bit of work on it. So I'll just do this honeycomb trick. I'm gonna first like perforate around the bad parts, or at least try to pull them, maybe pull them right out so that they don't get mixed in by accident with the good parts. Candied ginger, no, I haven't, but it's very tasty. I like candied ginger. Yeah, sometimes I buy it, and it's nice when you're sick and and you read that ginger's good for you, and then you have some candied ginger. It's a nice treat. Yeah, I don't think it would be really hard to make, but if you do make it, let me know how it turns out. So my mom, she went to Japan, and she's always prepared on her trips. Like she brings like Tylenol and a bunch of things. And she sliced ginger and she dried them in the sun by the windowsill. And she packed those like in a little Ziploc bag so that if she gets sick, she could like chew on them. She prefers it plain and without the sugar because she's just, concerned about it being too sweet and not healthy and stuff. But yeah, so she did that. And she did mention that she watched a YouTube video on making candied ginger, and she didn't want to add the sugar, but that's what she did. But when I see candied ginger, you can see it's crusted with the sugar, so it's quite nice. I don't know how they get it crusted so nicely. Perhaps it's right when you slice it, it's still a bit moist from the ginger juice, and it can stick to the sugar, so you can coat it so you have like a sugar crust and just let it dry. I don't know if that would work, but yeah, give it a try, and it'd be like a nice healthier candy to eat on the go. Yeah. Okay. So I cut out bad parts, so we've got like a nice ripe fruit. It's really, really ripe. And nanner bread. Are you making nan bread, Luca Rivers? Yeah, I've made that before. I just used a regular bread recipe, then rolled it up, flattened it out, and just stretched it. You stretch it so much and get some holes in it. Then you put it on a frying pan, no oil, or you could use oil, but no oil. And you'll see like the toasty spots start to appear on the bread, and parts of it will rise, and you see the holes in there. It sort of makes it look more rustic and authentic. That's how I did it. But I like it fresh. I don't really like, at least from when I make it, I like it fresh. When I eat it from the restaurant, leftover naan bread tastes good. I don't know why. So I'm not very good at making bread. Yeah, I know you don't like Elmira. I know that time that we were making mango lassi on the street, you're like, I don't like mango. I think you like cantaloupe instead. So I guess cantaloupe would be fine in the salsa because the taste is quite mild. It's sweet, but not as sweet as mango or pineapple. I haven't heard of a cantaloupe salsa before, but I think it'd be fine. Yeah, so I know you like that fruit instead, so give that a try. Okay, so I'm going to use half of what's left over for one of these bowls. Wow, I still have guac. And while I'm scooping it out, I'm just going to start to put some in the third one to have a combined pineapple, mango salsa for this last one. And I'm going to leave a little bit behind. I like to put a bit of salsa in my guacamole. I do. So, yeah. So, actually, I'm going to... Okay. I sort of don't have much to do the combination one. I'm going to... Okay. I know what I'll do. For the combination one, I'll take a bit of each salsa there. Yeah, I'll do that. I want to preserve the rest of that salsa for the guac. For guacamole, the basic ingredients are avocado, lime, salt, and pepper. That's it. But I've often seen guacamole with a bit of salsa on it, and My husband likes to add a bit of tomato in it. Basically salsa ingredients. So rather than confusing people with all the different ingredients you can add to guacamole, it's easier to say guacamole with a bit of salsa. And it works. It does. I wanted to prop this up. I'm just to be consistent with the other one. Okay. Just use it. Yeah. This is really ad hoc. I've never done this on the show before. Oops. Just getting like that. There. So you can see they look the same. So I'm just going to add pineapple to it. So I did the honeycomb cutting technique where you cut like a crisscross. So you cut in one direction, then you turn it 90 degrees, you cut it, and then you can flip it, and you can eat it. It's really convenient to eat, but it also helps me keep it flat on the cutting board. Then I can just cut the skin off carefully. Yeah, I'll probably not get all the fruit 100%. Okay, and I'll just sort of start to take some out. Yeah, whatever falls out, and just keep working on it. Yeah. Yeah, mangoes, really, really good. Okay, I'm just gonna do it because I have it's so ripe that the skin is quite easy to tear, so I'm just gonna try my best. Okay. Wow, there's quite a lot going on this stream. So mango, salsa, pineapple, then the guacamole. Putting our taco together and the pina colada. They're all easy though. It's all preparation. Yeah. But it'll be fun. And I'm going to talk about how we did the pulled pork. It's so good. It's carnitas. It's pork carnitas. It's a recipe we found. Yeah, so I'll explain that once I get to that. So easy to make and yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I used some pork chops that were kind of sitting in the freezer for a long time. A bit of freezer burnt creeping out. So it's a good way to use your freezer burnt food. Put it in the slow cooker. Okay, I'm gonna use my cleaver and I'm just gonna use all this mango. This is very mango-y. Quite mango-y compared to the pineapple, and put this in the compost. And my fingers are sticky from all the sugar from the fruit, so I'll give that a wash. Yeah. Yeah, there are different types of mangoes. We have a pretty strong Indian population in Toronto, and my dad bought a case of reduced to clear mangoes, but they weren't even going bad. It's just that the supermarkets are ordering them every week, that they had to make room for their more newer mangoes. So my dad thought, wow, it's a good deal. $3.99 for a case of, I don't know, a case. So it's a lot of mangoes. Usually it sells for $8.99. So it was 1/3 or close to 1/3 the price for a case full of mangoes. So, and they weren't ripe at the time, but they had a new shipment. And so, yeah, it's very mango-y. You can't see the sauce, so I'll just give that a little stir. Oops, here's one that got wet. That's bad. So throw that out. Yep. Yum, yum, yum. Okay. There. And then I'm going to just get this, and I'm going to put a couple tablespoons from each. Then we're going to have a combined mango salsa. Mango pineapple salsa with both fruits in there. Yeah. It's always nice to display a heaping bowl on the stream, but these bowls are bigger than the portion I have. It's not as nice. It would have been nicer if I used one of these or slightly bigger and have it like a mountain to show you. Then it would look more more generous. But that's all right. They match. So here's the pineapple salsa, mixing it together with the mango salsa. Okay. All right. Okay. So it's good. Oh. Okay. Your niece would call banana nanner. That's cute. So my cousin used to call my mom like Titi, like you're supposed to call your aunt like auntie, right? In a lot of languages, a lot of cultures, you call your aunt auntie. And he couldn't say auntie, so he would say Titi. Yeah, it's cute. Kids are so cute. Okay, I want to prop this up too, just so that they match. Okay. Slightly different size. So we've got actually 7 more minutes for the banana bread. Time flies when you're having fun. Wow, okay. Now we're doing guacamole. I should skinch this over. Yep, to the end of the string. So you can see. Okay, guacamole, let's do this. Let's do this. And when the timer goes off for the banana bread or the nana bread, we're going to take it out and let it cool. But firstly, let me just grab another bowl to work on the avocado. It's really, really soft. So let's see how much we can salvage of this overripe avocado. Okay. So pineapple. Okay, put this aside. Okay. Ah, papaya salsa. Haven't tried that. I love papaya. Ooh, it's very, very ripe. Let's hope it's not like all yucky inside. It's like, not horrible. So I'll scoop some of the brown part off, but there's a lot of nice yellow and green to work with. Yes, the cantaloupe is good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I tried cantaloupe salsa. Why not? You can try it with just a bit. Yeah, I just had a little bit in the salsa, so it's, yeah. Just adds a bit of fun to your salsa. Okay. Yes, $3.99 a case. You make mango everything. What are some mango things that you make? Yeah, I like to eat them plain. Like they're just good. You don't have to make anything. But something that's nice to do is a mango puree. Just you can serve it with cake or ice cream or anything, your smoothie. So I'm just gonna scoop away at anything that looks kind of like brownish, because yeah. So on this show, we're using a lot of reduced to clear foods. I'm so and I might be different from other streamers. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nothing interesting, just scooping out parts that have changed color. And I don't mind if I take a lot of it out, because this is such a big avocado that we'll have a lot to work with. Yep. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, you had sushi and this evening. Yum. Yummy, yummy. What's your favorite sushi? I like salmon. I like something called butterfish, but I don't think that's the real name. On menus, it's called butterfish. It's a white fish. Tuna's good. Yeah. I like shrimp, just raw shrimp as well. Sometimes they call it sweet shrimp on the menu when I order sushi. I like California rolls. I did consider making California rolls using using the avocado. So California rolls are are not Japanese, but I guess they were invented in California. It's really good. It's like a maki roll. So you got your seaweed paper, your sushi rice, rolled with avocado, cucumber, imitation crab, and maybe a bit of imitation crab roe or egg. Oh, and also egg in it. Yeah, it's really good. I used to make it a lot. I do want to do a stream on that. It's been ages since I last made maki rolls, which are like the sushi rolls. Yeah, there's like some bad parts. Okay, I'm just gonna, my compost is overflowing. Okay, I'm going to grab a bowl and scoop it into the bowl. Actually, I'll grab a clear bowl because then you can see it as I'm making it. Oh, 2 more minutes. Okay, I can't find the clear bowl, so we're gonna use clear bowl. Where are you? Why isn't it around? Yeah, it's just not around. Okay. Use a metal bowl. Okay, so I'm just gonna scoop it out. That is a lot of avocado meat, and I like the word meat. You know, it's sort of like it's, yeah. Yeah, this is a Brazilian avocado. Oh, that's the countdown for the nana bread. Okay, so I'll have to scoop this out, wash my hands, and get ready to put that on a cooling rack. Okay. Yep, just making sure there's no like bad parts closer to the skin. I think there's a little bit I'm digging out. So large avocado, there's a lot more yellow parts than green parts, and they taste different from the green parts, but it's still avocado tasting. Yeah. Yep, avocado is really good. There's actually a restaurant in Toronto that makes everything with avocado. They make avocado burgers where the bun are large avocado slices. I haven't tried it, but I do want to try it. That would be really, really good. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands and put the nano bread on a cooler or cooling rack. Yeah. So I shouldn't have squeezed all the lime, but I'm preserving some of the lime juice from the salsa, so I think that will help with, but I could open another lime. I'll see. Okay. I did take the gloves out. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna turn the fan on in case I trip the fire alarm. Ooh. Ooh, that looks good. I hope it's good. I hope it's not raw inside. An hour and a half, that is a really long time in the oven. Okay. Let's put that in the front. Okay, you can see it. Okay. Maybe off to the side a bit. And okay. My plastic utensil. I don't know if it's too early to do this. I'm just gonna go like poke, just like, yeah. Okay. Oh, I should do that test with a toothpick. I don't know. Do you think I need to? Or do you think it's ready? Okay, let me do it for good measure. Toothpick. I hope it's not raw, but it's been in the oven for a really, really long time on 300, which is high. I think it's ready. I'm a little worried now. There was some stuff sticking on it. Another toothpick. An hour is pretty long. I'm not good at doing this. Like, yeah, it is clean. I don't know. I could put it in and just let it sit there. Okay, I'll do a third toothpick. Like, it comes out clean, but there's a little bit of I don't know, like some stuff on it, but not a lot of stuff. I don't know if that's considered clean. An hour is pretty long. It was an hour and a half. Yeah, so it's 2:45. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's still cooking. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I won't worry. No point in stressing. Hi, Laura Nikon. How are you? Yeah, no stress. Just eat it. Thanks for tuning in again. And Zed, are you from New Zealand? Not you. Yeah. Let us know what country you're tuning in from. The flags represent countries that viewers have tuned in from since our show started. Hey, cool man, how are you? Thanks for tuning in again. Great, so let's smash our guacamole. New forks. Okay. Okay, and you can see that on screen. Okay. So it's mashing fairly easily because it's ripe. If you ever get an avocado that's not ripe and you try to make guacamole with it, there will be quite a bit of resistance. My husband actually likes guacamole with a bit of bite, not super ripe. Okay, I found a bad piece that just needs to go in the compost. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, now smash away. Okay. You followed me here from, so another person's hosting me. That is lovely. What channel is that? I should return that. Although I think there's a few of us streamers that sort of, we keep each other on auto host, so it's nice. So when we get visitors. Ah, okay. You're from New Zealand, so you're in the opposite time zone. Is it really, really late where you are? Yeah. I appreciate when like people are tuning in from different time zones. It can be hard sometimes. Yeah, I felt really bad. We have a regular viewer in the opposite time zone, and my stream started later than usual. Usually I am shifted 3 hours earlier. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I started at 12 because I was doing some stuff related to a hackathon that my husband and I were involved in. We just had to sort of make sure, our things were under control. So just mashing it. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to add. I'm going to cut another lime, yeah, and use half of that. Cut another lime because I think I need more lime juice than what I have in the salsa bowl. Okay. Oh, Gaily Gal. Oh, okay. Wonderful. Nice to meet you. Oh, Laura Nikon. Is it weird for a man to get his nails painted by females? I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird to get, like, I don't think gender matters. Yeah. Yeah, go with the person you like. Yeah, whoever that might be. Yeah. And don't worry about something being weird. You know what? Someone once told me that if everyone's weird, if somebody was normal, then that would be weird. Like, I agree with that. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just saying that because I know I'm weird and I'm just saying that to make myself sound normal by saying everyone else is weird too. But I believe that. We're all unique, so yeah. Do what you want. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to cut this in half. I'm just using half of it. I think I might have enough lime juice. Okay. So that's a trick to cut if you're just tuning in or newly tuned in and you missed the part earlier, like where your citrus converges, that's where the vessels of your lime sort of start. And by cutting it off, you open it up so the juices you have more, like the juice can flow this way or that way. You're letting more juice flow out, yeah. It's 6:48 a.m. Wow, that's significant. So it's already Monday and you've already started your day. So it's actually not in the middle of the night. It's morning. And where I am, it is almost 3 p.m. the day before you. So we still have like the rest of the afternoon. We have dinner. Yeah, that's so significant. That's so interesting. And I find it interesting when you're flying to a different time zone and then it's like you got on the plane on one day, but you arrive in the other country the day before you got on the plane. you gain a day. I find that really neat. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Okay, you paid 22 Canadian dollars. Well, thank you first of all for the currency conversion. That's really considerate, knowing that, just to help me understand your comment. That's really, really considerate. Like you converted it before typing. That was like really, really considerate. So thanks for that. I normally convert to US because I think a lot of people understand like conversion to US against another local currency. I think that's a good benchmark, but thanks for that. So 22 Canadian dollars, that's roughly like 19 American dollars. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's probably about the same as a sushi meal in Canada. Yeah, you could go more, you can go less. If you go less, you're not getting a lot of the raw fish. You're getting like a rice dish with a bit of sushi on top. Or I actually had last week donkatsu, which is similar to a pork schnitzel cut up in strips on top of your rice with an egg on top, some egg and onion, like raw, and then steamed so that the egg cooks and a bit of like soy sauce. That was really, really good. And that was 13 Canadian dollars, so roughly 11 American dollars. And yeah, much cheaper than sushi. I think the sushi plates were like 22 Canadian dollars. I don't usually get the drink because you don't get a lot of value from drinks. Or for me, I just get the tea that's free, like the green tea that is served at your table. Yeah, so I got my lime. I'm gonna add some salt and pepper, and then it's done. Then the guac is done. But I like to add a bit of salsa to it. So at the restaurant I went to yesterday, I saw a bit of salsa added. So I thought that was interesting. Okay. So it's not super smooth. Yeah. it's mushy, but like some parts don't break. It's funny. Ah, okay, maybe, yeah, with the lime it's helping. It's helping to make it look like baby food. Okay, so the way I saw it done, I'm gonna use this remaining bowl. Okay, just catching up. Colored nails are all good, depending if you're confident enough to wear it. Be right back. Okay, we'll see you soon. Gail, I used to paint mine all the time. People always would stare at me sideways, but I didn't care. Yeah, who cares? Why do people care? There's so much to think about that. Like, why? Why care about someone painting nails? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to plate the guacamole. That's it. Avocado, lime, salt, and pepper. So my husband likes to add cumin. Oh, I could add garlic too. I didn't bother with the garlic, but you could do that. So the guacamole is here, and I'm going to make a little pocket on the side and add some salsa to it. Okay, and that's pretty nice for presentation because it's just green. There's not much going on with it. It's just guac. It looks a bit chunky, but it'll be fine. And I'm just gonna add the salsa to it, to the pocket. Oh, that's quite liquidy, but it's all good. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the stove and heat up some of the pulled pork and talk a little bit about it, and some taco shells as well. I'll have it on low so that I can come back to the front and continue on with other stuff. But okay, let's give this a rough mix. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So let's catch up on the chat. Oh, magical flags. Yes. Well, country flags represent countries that people have tuned in from since our show started in December. Magical flag. I should put other flags there too. Yeah, that'd be fun. Sushi is so expensive here, but yeah, sushi in general is, it's a treat. Yeah, even in places where fish is abundant, it's still expensive. Okay, I'm gonna put, what do I need to do? Okay, I think we're good. We just have pineapple, like for the pina colada. We have the taco shell and heating up the pork and talking about how that was made, because I did that overnight in a slow cooker. So I think this can go in. There's a lot to think about. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't have this on like a ledge. Maybe to show you. Because I have these propped up. I have all these propped up. Here's another one to prop this up. So it's kind of funny there. They're a little uneven because they're different sizes. The stands are the makeshift stands made out of dipping sauce bowls that are flipped upside down. Okay, so there we go. These actually look very similar. Okay, so and I'll just bring it to the front. Okay, yeah, those white stains are from melted butter, so that's fine. Don't have to clean that out. And I'm going to show you my pulled pork and explain how it was made. Okay. I'm also going to show you the gravy, okay? a couple of things. So this is a pulled pork. Approximately, this looks like under 2 pounds. I used some pork chops that were in the freezer, and they weren't getting any love. And thought we'll just make a pulled pork with it. It is so good. And this pulled pork is Carnitas. I think it's popular in the U.S. or in Mexican cuisine in the U.S. And it is made with just very, very few spices. Salt, pepper, cumin. Was there cumin? I think there's cumin. Oregano. Some jalapeno pepper, some onion, and orange juice. And that was it. There was only 3/4 cup orange juice. So this is slightly less than 2 pounds of pork. And the rest is just dry spices and some garlic. And put it in the slow cooker on low setting overnight. I had it for 12 hours. And in the morning, the meat just slid off of the bone because it was pork chop, so we had some bone in, and it was so soft and tender and really, really good. So I like it. And the cooking gravy, look at that. You see the colors? There's 4 colors. In the middle, you can see the bottom, the line goes to there, and the other color, the line goes to there, and then another color, and then the top part. And I put it in a cup on purpose, a clear cup, because I want to scoop out the oil. I want to scoop, and the crock pot or the slow cooker is like wider, so I thought it might be harder to sort of get the different layers and scoop out the fat. So in a, taller cup, I could see the difference. So I'm going to do that. And I'll put the fat in a little bowl, and then I'll dispose it properly. The way I'll dispose it is I'll actually use some old or used napkins and just soak up the oil in the bowl later. So let me catch up on the chat. I know there's just talk about sushi and fishing, but yeah, even if you're surrounded by water, it doesn't mean the fish is cheap, because a lot of it gets sold for export, and the international market drives up the price. For example, lobster is often caught by the East Coast in Canada and shipped to China, because there's a market for Canadian lobster in China. So that brings up the prices for us locals too. So yeah. And you had mochi ice cream with your meal. I had I think a sesame ice cream. But mochi is good. So mochi, if you're not familiar, it's almost like a dumpling or a ravioli. So you have a wrapper, and the inside has your filling. So the filling is your ice cream, and the wrapper is this chewy, gummy skin. Think of gummy bear. It's almost like a gummy bear without the sweetness, but made of a rice flour gummy bear without the sweetness. And then inside you've got your ice cream. So it's quite a treat. Yeah, nice texture, chewy, and then your cold ice cream in the middle. Yum. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the banana cake smells good. There's competing smells here because the pork is really, really good. Pulled pork is always really, really good. Wow, $35 New Zealand. So New Zealand dollars is not too different from Canadian dollars. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah. So I guess it's something you have to sort of budget or go, when the occasion is special, or just to treat yourself. Yeah. Or I wonder if you can probably make California roll on your own. I don't cook with raw fish myself because I'm not confident. I don't really know if it's safe. I don't know how to work with raw fish, but I know Gaily Gal has made ceviche, and by adding the lime to it, you're killing any any of the bacteria. So yeah, I haven't made it a lot, but look that up. Then you can probably get that raw fish taste without going to the restaurant where they're going to charge you a lot more than the supermarket price for the fish. Pulled pork. Ah, okay. So you can buy sushi in the supermarket. Yeah, it's not, unless it's good if they can make it and you buy it when they make it, rather than it's done and it's sitting there. You don't know how long it's been sitting there. Like I know a lot of supermarkets after hours, like after 6 p.m., the sushi trays are discounted, and I think they're made in the morning, and it's not as fresh. The rice has turned hard, and yeah, so, and you don't know when they cut it off the fish and stuff. But it's good. I eat it. Yeah, pulled pork. So, okay, I'm going to put a scoop of that in the frying pan. I'm going to keep it on low. It doesn't need to be very, very hot. It just needs to be warmed up. Oops. Okay, I'm going to use my chopsticks. And in a shell, a taco shell. Yeah. So the restaurant I went to yesterday, each taco had that much only. It was so skimpy. I like lots of food. Yeah, so I kind of felt like I had to make up for yesterday's. I'm gonna fill this like 1/3. Yeah. Or I can always, yeah, I'll just do that much for now. When we want to eat more, when my husband wants more, we just heat it up fresh on the spot. So these are just bought shells. I think people can make them. I tried making them. You have to press it really, really thin. And I suppose I could use my pasta machine to do it. But these weren't expensive, so we just bought them. And they were frozen when we bought them, so that's really handy. I like it when things can freeze. You can keep them for a very long time. So I'm just going to put a couple of those on the pan and keep it on low so that I can work on other stuff while it's heating up. Ooh, I hope I don't break them. I have to separate them carefully. Okay. Yup. Oh, it's separating okay. Yeah, pulled pork is always really good. I think the taste of pork is good. I hope no one here is allergic to pork or otherwise can't eat pork. But yeah, but any meat you can pull other meats too, or you can have vegetarian. But the pork flavor is often quite good on its own. It doesn't need too much seasoning to make your dish delicious. Yeah, and I like pork. You can often buy boneless pork. It's not like chicken. I like chicken a lot too, but you have to work with a lot of bones when you eat chicken. And I like dark meat over chicken breast. Like dark meat is just juicier, but that's just me. Okay, ooh, is this like freezer burnt? Yeah, it is. Okay. Try to get one more off. If I don't, I'll just sort of leave it and we'll have one taco. Or I can leave them out and then they'll be defrosted. What's gonna happen to the cake? We are gonna serve it. It's cooling down now. Yeah. It's cooling down. Don't worry, we'll serve it. Ooh, I'm not making icing this time. I don't have the ingredients for it, but I'm learning. And Gaily Gal mentioned she has a crowd-pleasing cream cheese frosting. I'm gonna try that. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. Okay, this has to defrost before I work with it further. So I'll put that aside. Okay, and this is gonna go on the stove top on low. Okay, I always do that on low when I'm streaming, and when my back is to the stove, just for safety. Yeah, prevent accidents. Yeah. So the recipe for the pulled pork is posted. So simple. Just throw everything, the seasoning together, and let the slow cooker do its magic. And if you don't have a slow cooker, it's pretty much having your cooking pot on simmer. Just you might have to check on it just to ensure since it doesn't have temperature control features, it might be bubbling. Usually on low, it doesn't overflow. Yeah, but you can definitely make it on the stovetop too. Oh, you go diving. Wow, like scuba diving or diving, and then wow, I know some friends that go lobster trapping in Hong Kong, and they also get sea urchins and they eat it on the boat. They bring a bit of wasabi with them and they eat it fresh. Wow. Sushi rice with smoked salmon and herb cheese. It costs you a lot because you eat a lot of portions. Come to Markham. This is where I'm broadcasting from. Markham is a suburb or a city that's just north of Toronto. I can see Toronto outside my window. Toronto is the financial capital of Canada. And Markham is known for sushi buffets that are usually approximately $25 Canadian, which is close to New Zealand dollars. It's all you can eat. You don't always get a wide variety for the sashimi. Like the sushi has rice mixed with it, so it fills you up so that you won't order as much, but it will definitely hit the spot. You'll definitely be very, very satisfied with the buffet options. So do that if you're such a sushi fan. One day, if you get to come here, you have to go to a sushi buffet. Markham is known for tons of sushi buffets on every corner. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to show you. So after I finished cooking the pulled pork, I took the pork out. I used like a spider. A spider is... Ooh, I'll turn this around. This is, I don't know why, it's called a spider for some reason, and it's got holes in it, so it's like a little strainer. And I took out the pork, okay, and I put it into this tray, and then I poured the braising liquid or the slow cooking liquid into this cup, and I can see the layers separate. The fat goes right on top. So I'm going to, this is a bowl, and I'm going to use a spoon and spoon out all the fat. Okay. If I had left the brine or the braising liquid in the slow cooker and tried to scoop it out, I would probably get some of the good stuff or not scoop out all the oil. So this is a really good way. In a clear glass, I can see the oil right on top. It's significant. It's 1.5 centimeters thick. So that's good. I can get rid of it. It's really oily. Some people would cook with it. You could use pork fat to cook a lot of things. It's good. I'm actually tempted to keep it. Maybe if I do like a stir fry later, instead of using olive oil or like a cooking oil, I can use pork fat. It's not healthy, but it flavors your food. It's like adding pork broth to your dish. Yeah, so I'm just gonna scoop it out. Yeah. I'm left with a couple millimeters of the fat. Yeah. And I can just leave it. I don't have to be so picky about getting it all. I can smell so I'll repeat what's in here again because I couldn't believe the result of this. I'm not always happy with pulled pork, but this was simple and quite flavorful. It has salt, pepper, cumin, oregano, orange juice, jalapeno, and I added chili oil too. And that was it. So I got most of the top off. There's still a bit, but I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah, keep the fat. It's yummy. I agree. And it's not like Like I always have it. Like I always eat it. It's, you know, it's good to have unhealthy things in moderation. That's all right. Scuba, snorkel dependent on how deep it is. Okay. Yeah. And you know what? When the water, I don't know what kind of water you have, but if it's really salty, like you don't need your snorkel gear. Like your buoyancy is like is keeping you floating. Like you just have to duck your head and look down, and your body is just staying afloat, and you don't even need a life jacket. I kind of find that really, really neat. Yeah. Unhealthy things are always good to have. Like it's good to have everything in moderation. I find that when people limit their diet, they suddenly crash and they can't take it anymore and they just go crazy. Like you try your best, but you can have cheat days or yeah. Like a lot of this stuff is healthy. The banana bread, I cut down the sugar amount, and these salsas are really, really healthy. Okay, so I'm going to, yeah, so I'll use my spoon that I scooped the fat in. I'll just give it a stir. And I'm just going to put a spoon on top of the meat. Okay. Yeah. I know that it's already very flavorful because the pork was swimming in that overnight. So that sounds really good, doesn't it? In the juice. And I'll just give it a little spread. I know you can't see it. The webcam is on top of the counter instead. I'll just, yeah. Okay, I have it on low, so it should cook by the time we're ready to plate. Okay, so pineapple. Okay, my compost is in the way. Okay, so pina colada. We're getting there. It's pretty intense with a lot of cooking going on. Okay, I'm gonna use the back of these pork chopsticks just to work on the pineapple. So my pina colada is just pineapple juice and coconut milk, and that's it. That's it. I'm not gonna bother with the ice. It's not very hot here, so I don't really feel like having an icy drink. But the coconut milk is in the fridge, and it has been overnight, so it's gonna be cold. It's gonna be chilled coconut milk. Yes. Okay, scuba. Okay, sea eggs, urchins. We call quina. Okay. Yeah. So your sea urchin that you dive for will be cheaper from the sea urchin prepared in the Japanese restaurant called uni. And uni is very expensive in the Japanese restaurant. It's probably one of the more expensive sushi. So if you can dive for it, you're having fun diving. I love diving. It's just so incredible to see the underwater world. It's so magnificent. So yeah, it's approximately 1 part pineapple to 1 part coconut. So just do that. Yeah, I'll just throw it all in. Okay. And I'm using a NutriBullet. I suppose you could use any food processor, or you can even like hand dice it. You just have a very chunky, rather than it being a drink, it could be kind of like a thicker beverage. That's okay. Yeah. And because I know not everyone has like appliances, like gadgets. I didn't have gadgets growing up, and Mr. Cook for Fun bought a lot, so I get to experiment with them. Sometimes I don't understand how gadgets work. We have a mandolin and I've never used it. Like I'm so used to chopping. I can't see myself pulling out the mandolin, which is this big, to just to slice some cucumbers. Seems more trouble to me to take that out. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'll give it another chance and feature it on a future show. Okay. Mallory. Oh, okay. Wow. I've heard of that culture, Maori. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know much about it. So you say that you do hunting for wild pork. Wow. Yeah. That's great. Yeah, that's great. There's a lot about the Down Under that I don't know about. I've never been there. I heard it's very, very beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I want to go. Yeah. There's an island called Christmas Island. That sounds really, really nice. Christmas Island, too. Is that part of New Zealand? Or it's very, very close to New Zealand. Christmas Island. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to blend this. I'm going to mute the mic because other viewers have told me that it's loud. So let's mute it. Okay. There. So it's a pretty thick juice because it's got all the fruit all blended. So it's actually more of a puree. But the coconut milk should thin it out. But yeah, that's fresh, ripe, sweet pineapple. Okay, I get it. I have to get a glass so that it'll look nice. Think my, yeah. Then we will move back to the, then we'll plate everything. We should be ready to plate the cake, the tacos. Yeah, okay. Clean spatula. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I do need to cut a part of the pineapple shell as a garnish on the rim of the, ooh. Oh, this is interesting. I didn't mix the coconut milk yet. Okay, let me do that. So we might have like a dual layer of pina colada, which is nice too. Okay. So this is just a regular can of coconut milk. Yeah. Some people are very particular. They prefer coconut cream. Yeah, so this was very, very cheap. It was on sale. Usually coconut milk averages $1, which is like $1 New Zealand dollars or maybe 85 cents American dollars. And this was 59 cents Canadian, which would be around 45 cents US. So I had to buy some even though I already had coconut milk. Yep, I love sales. Okay, so I'm just shaking it. Sometimes the cream and the juice are separated, so I'm just shaking it to make sure. And it was chilled in the fridge, and I'm just gonna open it up. It's going to taste really strong because I didn't add any ice because I don't prefer not to have ice. Okay, ooh. So I see that there's some like cream that didn't mix well. So I'm going to put it in. Yeah. Ooh, it's actually chunks of coconut. That's so funny. Okay, so I was gonna put that through the blender. That should break it up. I think I'm going to scoop some of that pineapple puree out of the cup as well. I'll do that so that it'll be more consistent. It's really thick. Yeah. And I'll just wipe the rim of the cup. And it'll be good. Oh, you know, that's really common. Like, you should see the rest of it. Do you know that people travel long distances just to see the beauty of your country? Yeah, so if you've got so much beauty in your own home, you should definitely see that. Like Mr. Cook for Fun and I have decided we probably won't be traveling out of Canada for the next while because we just want to save money, like just, you know, now that we're moved into this new house and but we don't feel bad because we think there's a lot to see in our own country, even nearby if we drive nearby. But yeah, you should. New Zealand is well known for its beauty, and it's an island country, so there's a lot of life, flora and fauna. And Middle Earth, that's right. Yeah, I know that the Lord of the Rings tours are famous, and people take their photos to prove that they were there. Okay, it's going to be loud, so I'm just going to mute this. Okay, this is the pina colada. Okay, I pour it into the cup, and I'm gonna clean the rim of the cup so it looks nice. I didn't add ice to it. Yeah. Okay. I want to get this in the fridge too, so for later it'll still be nice and chilled. Okay, this will go in the fridge. Okay, let's clean the rim. You can rip a piece of tissue, clean the rim of this. We're almost ready to plate. That's right, some of the best places are right in your backyard. Yep. But you have, island countries are always so nice because you've got the water, you've got the beach, and you have all the flora and fauna on the land. Because island countries promote a lot of life. When you're in the north, like Canada, in the winter, all your insects die, and could be a good thing if these insects bite you. And only certain trees grow. And when we try to grow things in our garden, we notice we have a garden, our pictures are posted on Twitter, and the plants are not really growing. We've had, due to climate change, we've had a lot of issues. So look at pina colada. I'm going to make it pretty. I'm going to cut some pineapple shell too. Okay, this is going to be a little interesting because I don't have a lot of nice shell to work with. Okay, I'll turn that off. Okay, so usually they have this little wedge that gets stuck. Okay, so I'm just gonna. Some parts are bad, so I'm just trying to try my best. Okay, and I'm not gonna eat it. It's just for presentation. Okay, and then I'm gonna perforate a little part of the middle. Not using a cutting board, and just go like that. There, like that. I also have cherries, not the maraschino cherries that you see in the bar. I have fresh cherries that I bought from the supermarket. Maybe like that. Yeah, this is okay. That. So I'm going to get a cherry. Cherries, where are you? Oh, okay. Most of the time people don't see it more due to seeing it. Yeah, that's true. I was in Beijing studying, and I had some friends from Indonesia, and it snowed in Beijing. And it hadn't snowed that hard in 30 years in Beijing. And when my friends from Indonesia saw it, they marveled at it. They were like, wow, snow, it's so beautiful. And they were taking videos and pictures. And in Canada, we get so much snow that we hate it. Yeah, so, and I know that people in the islands might complain of island fever, like, people from cold countries, they want to retire in island countries. I've never tried this before, putting a cherry on. I don't know if that's how you do it. Yeah, I'll just do it like that. Sometimes you get an umbrella and you can put, like, you can have a skewer of different fruits on your toothpick and stick it in, so yeah. Cheers. It kind of looks funny. I don't think that's how you do it. You stick the cherry like that, but I think what matters is how it tastes. Okay, so we're ready to plate. Got my fork. Just gonna wipe it. I think I used it for something else. Perforate the end. Use the back of the fork. Just make sure it's comes off clean from the edge of the. When we plate, we always get like a cake stand out. So I'm gonna take all that out and plate all this. I'm relieved that I got through all this. Sometimes it's hard to do a lot of menu items in a stream and like remember stuff. I forgot the sugar in the cake. Yeah, that was funny. And then someone mentioned it, and a couple people mentioned it, and then I put it in. Okay, this is not that deep. I will get the toothpick and try to go around it. Oh yeah, that's better. This is a pretty deep pan. I did use a lot of margarine, so I just wanted to prevent an accident when I undo the spring. You're an hour away from every climate. Wow, that's great. The only time I experienced that was when I was in Costa Rica. The Pacific Ocean is 2 hours from the Atlantic Ocean, and when you drive across, it's like it gets dry, and then 45 minutes later, it's like a rainforest. That's really, really interesting. You're lucky. Yeah. After this stream, I'm going to look up some videos on New Zealand and the Maori culture. I only know about it through my friend from New Zealand. Otherwise, I haven't heard much about it, so I would love to learn. Yeah. On this cooking show, we really like learning about other cultures very much. All the good stuff is related to culture. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna open this and hopefully the cake doesn't stick. Okay, ta-da! Yay! All right. Where is a desert climate? I went to a desert in China. It was near Inner Mongolia. Desert. I also went to Las Vegas in the US. That's very, very deserty. Yeah. North is the cities. East is the beach. Oh, okay, talking about New Zealand. North is the cities. East is the beach. South is the mountain desert. And west is, oh, very, very nice. No vodka for the pizza. No, keeping it soft. Yeah, trying to. I do have some nice Caribbean rum. Thank you so much for the follow, $50. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. We love sharing about cultures, and we're just talking about New Zealand and its diversity. It sounds like a very nice place to live and enjoy. Thanks so much to Lord, Nikon, and Zed. Yeah, we've been chatting for some time. Like a mini Europe. It's 30 degrees Celsius here. Wow. Lucky you, Death Vader. So Death Vader is tuning in from North Carolina. Did I gamble your money? No, I'm too frugal to do that. I went there and I just like hung out to look at the sights of people gamble and all the lights, but no, I didn't gamble my money all away. Okay, so let me get our plating stuff, which is usually our cake plate. Okay, I have to grab a chair to reach for that. I have 2 of them. I don't know if I need them both. Oh, I guess I do. Okay, I guess I can keep the cake intact. There's a quick wiping. Yeah, just some dust or whatever. For the cake, I also wanted to perforate it. Okay, just put this aside. I wanted to just check that the bottom. Oh, I'll use this. It's kind of funny. It's like a pancake flipper, just to just check that I can separate from the bottom. Just do it slowly. I baked the cake on the bottom rack so that I can make sure the bottom gets cooked, because sometimes it doesn't cook as well as the top, which is exposed to like the circulating heat. Like the bottom is, it's covered, it's fully enclosed. So I think I'll use my fork to I don't have a plastic knife, so I'm using a plastic fork. Plastic helps to sort of protect your non-stick pan from getting scratched. Yeah. Mom lives in North Carolina. Oh! Dutch brother crumbles. Oh, hello. Chris Leopard, how are you? Yeah, thank you for tuning into Cook for Fun TV. You're just in time for our plating. I'm just separating the bottom of the banana cake, or the nanner cake, as Luco River's niece calls it, from the pan. Ooh, is it stubborn here? Could be stubborn. It's been in the, There's this little, for springform pans, there's this little ridge around the edge, because that's how it sort of keeps on it attaches to the sides of the pan. So that's sort of in my way. So I'm doing this slowly because I don't want an accident. I don't want the cake to be stuck on the pan. So I'm just but it's starting to loosen. It's not super loose though. I'm surprised. Usually my cakes slide right off, but it could have been because I put the batter back into the mixing bowl and added the sugar in after the fact. So that could have been why, but we'll eventually get ourselves off of this pan. Okay, and then I can get to go deeper. Okay, we're sliding off. Ooh. Okay. I wonder if the bottom is raw. Okay, I won't worry about it. I didn't put a baking sheet under it. No, I just buttered the bottom. It looks fine. You can't see it. Okay, slide it off onto here. I know I'm using my hand. Shouldn't do that. It's not very, doesn't look good to use my hand. Okay, ta-da, cake. Bitch. I don't know if it's undercooked at the bottom, but I'll still eat it. Yeah. Okay, and we have another cake plate. And I'll put I'll put a plate on there and I'll serve the taco. Okay. Okay. I have in the background I heated up a taco shell. It's got a little bit of cracks in it, but that's okay. And okay, I'll use this fork again. And some of the Carnita pulled pork. Just put a little bit on, not too much. Yum. I don't normally eat a lot on camera when I'm sampling in front of the viewers, but I might eat all this. Pulled pork taco. Taco is one of my favorite foods. I love the salsas. I can't have taco with with a little bit of sauce. Like I need a generous amount of salsa. How much time am I cooking, Crystal Power? So I've been cooking since 12, and so we're at almost at the 4-hour mark. But I think we're gonna be done very, very shortly. So you're just in time for the plating and the sampling. All right, this cake is really, really big. Okay, so before I have the taco, I'm going to sample each of these sauces, and then I'm going to put them on the taco and then try it. So we made pineapple salsa today, mango salsa, and this is mango and pineapple salsa together, and this is guacamole. Okay, yeah, and I'm just gonna try the sauces separately and let you know how it tastes like. So the pineapple salsa, I did this on last week's show too, so it isn't new if you viewed last week. Okay, so I'm gonna double dip because Mr. Cook for Fun doesn't mind to get my germs backwash. Banana flour chocolate. Oh, I don't have any frosting. I feel bad. I feel like I'm letting you down. What can I decorate with? We don't have strawberries. We normally do have lots of strawberries, and it's always nice to slice them up and put it on. Although strawberry banana cake, I guess it works. That could work. Oh no, we might just have to keep it plain. Unless I think of something or you think of something. We have chocolate ice cream. But to decorate. Yeah. Okay, so let me try this pineapple salsa. Some whipped cream. I do have Cool Whip mix. I would have to take out the mixer. Blend it. I want to keep it easy since, yeah. Okay, let's keep thinking. I'm going to sample this. Okay, so pineapple salsa. So the salsa taste is powerful. I can definitely taste the kick of the onion, the tomatoes, and the tomato juice because the tomatoes are quite ripe. Taste that Cilantro is light. It's got a lot of texture, crunchy. I normally use a lot more cilantro, so it isn't too strong, but it's good. It's well balanced. I do like the onion kick. I think I did a bit more onion than most salsa contains, and the lime. There's a lot of lime in here, so it's very nice. The pineapple actually isn't very strong. It's just a very subtle hint of sweetness. So it's good. It adds to it because the sweetness helps to balance the acidity, and it's just a nice touch to add pineapple to it. Now for the mango salsa, which is coming up next, I did add a lot of mango to it. So I think there will be a stronger mango taste to it. So let's try that out. So if I show you, you can see lots of mango. It just very, very mango-y. You can see a lot of orange there. So any scoop I take will have a lot of mango in it. So, okay. Yeah. So I definitely taste more mango, and mango's so good. It's a very ripe mango. It's sweeter than the pineapple. I think in general, mangoes are sweeter than pineapples. Pineapples tend to be more on the acidic side, and it blends more with the lime. And the added sweetness isn't as strong. But for the mango, it's like sweet, but it's nice. Like, well, mango, I can't imagine it being bad with anything. So it's definitely very, very good. And it's a plus if you have it and you add it to a salsa. Like, I think it makes it better. And now I'm going to try the mango and pineapple salsa. Okay. So there isn't a lot of mango compared to the last spoon I had. So I'm going to make sure I have a bit of pineapple and a bit of mango. Okay. It's balanced. Like I have trouble separating a lot of the flavors, but all together it's great. Thank you so much, username for following. That's really, really cute. I have another viewer called Can't Find a Username. So that's a funny idea. Yeah, that's really cute. So I think you can go with, you don't really need to do both fruits. Like I feel that the mango has a stronger sweetness than the pineapple. So if you want sweet, just do pineapple. If you don't want too sweet, but you want a bit of sweet, do the pineapple. So my favorite is the mango one because I like that ripe pineapple. It's a really, really, really ripe pineapple. So ripe that there's like bad parts in it, which we had to scoop out. Okay, now the guacamole. So I'm going to take the parts that don't have any of the salsa, just the pure green parts. Okay, and I know that this Brazilian avocado has more yellow fruit than Mexican or smaller avocado, so it's going to have a different taste, but it's still avocado. Okay. So the Brazilian avocado is quite different. I think you get more of that creamy taste from the green parts. The yellow parts, you have like a lighter taste, almost like it's not as ripe as a very, very ripe creamy avocado. It's obviously very ripe because the seeds slipped right out. It was very ripe, but the taste of it, if I were to compare it to the smaller avocado, it's almost like it's not as ripe, but it's very mushy and soft. It's ripe, but the taste doesn't taste like a ripe avocado. So it's more on, less about texture, more, I don't know, it's just that creaminess of guac. You get it more with the smaller avocado, but still very good. I think my husband will like it very much because that's what he prefers. He prefers the less creamier avocado. Yeah, and I'm going to try it with a bit of the salsa. But I like that tip of adding salsa to it. It makes it look pretty. It's good. And you know what? On the carnita, I'm gonna add both. So it's almost like it's combined, salsa and guac. But this salsa doesn't have the fruit in it. It doesn't have pineapple or mango. Okay. So the carnita. Okay, so Almara's suggesting to decorate the cake with white chocolate. And the Mr. Cooker friend's giving me the signal that we might have white chocolate. So let's see if that's a possibility. No promises. Yeah, we'll try. Okay, now I'm going to add mango salsa with a lot of mango chunks. I guess I'm gonna do like 3 parts of the taco. And pineapple salsa I'm gonna divide it. So I'm gonna, on the other end, I guess you can see it, and the small cramming seed, mango salsa towards, towards your right, and pineapple salsa towards your left, and guacamole in the middle parts. Okay. I actually don't have hot sauce. The pork is quite spicy, so I get to explain how that tastes like once I eat this up. So let me show you the close-up. Yeah. Ice cream won't work. Every cake needs to be decorated. Oh, you said you can see legs. Oh, really? Maybe you saw Mr. Cooker Funds. Okay, there's white chocolate. All right. So we're going to shave some white chocolate. Okay. Then should I hold off on tasting this? Or taste this and then do the white chocolate? Huh. Someone is stealing from your fridge. Okay. So that was probably Mr. Cook for Fun. Sometimes it happens. The fridge opens. We do have a dog too, but he can't open the fridge. But I've heard that some big dogs, they can open the fridge. That's pretty, that's not good, because a lot of goodies are kept in the fridge. Hi, our maestro, how are you? You're just in time for the sampling. We already sampled the 3 salsas and the guacamole. We've got the taco carnita, and we've got the banana cake. Yeah. I don't have any bananas. Okay, we'll see you later, Gaily Gal. Thank you so much for moderating and for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Yeah, enjoy your day. We had 2 bananas used for the cake and none left over. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try this. Oh, I have to take a photo before I eat it. Okay. And you're gonna be in picture too, because I take a picture of the chat screen, so you're gonna be in the picture. Yeah, okay. So, great, hope you all smile in the chat, okay. Ta-da. Okay, and I'll take another picture once the cake is decorated. But we always try to meet viewers' requests on the show. I do have white chocolate. Okay, so we'll just have some white chocolate shavings on top. I think that's about all we can do, unless we can think of more ideas. Okay, let's go for the pork. And I have this feeling it's gonna just fall apart on me because in the restaurant I'll take my fork and I'll eat some of the toppings before I eat it with my hand, because everything always falls out. But this is how I like it. I like lots of toppings, not 1 tablespoon for this entire, like here I have 3 tablespoons. Like I like lots of toppings on it. Lots of flavors going on it. Okay, and I have some of the bits of the taco shell coming off. Okay, I'm gonna try the end with a pineapple and I'll explain the flavors. Melt the chocolate and pour it over. I don't know if I want to melt it. Is that gonna work? So, I want to make sure it stays on the top though. It doesn't drip to the sides. I've never tried that. If it can harden and form this nice crust, that'll be good. Let me know if that will work. Okay. All right. So my first bite had a lot of salsa. It didn't have a lot of pork, so I can't describe the pork too much. I think the next bite I can describe the pork more, but the salsa was nice. There was actually more salsa juice because I think when I was trying it from the bowls, I was taking from the top and there wasn't a lot of juice. The juice contains lime, it's got more of your seasoning, the salt, pepper, and also some chili oil. So the spice level was there. It was very, very nice. I tasted the chili. It was really, really good. And then, you know, the fresh ingredients of the tomato, onion, cilantro, and the pineapple. So I got a lot of salsa in that bite. Now I need to get more of the pork, the pulled pork. Mm-hmm. Mmm. 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 Mm. So the pulled pork is nicely seasoned. So just to repeat, it's carnitas, and there is salt, pepper, cumin, oregano, jalapeno, onion, orange juice. Although I don't taste orange juice, but it's in the gravy. That's or braising liquid. And chili oil. So it's lightly seasoned, but it's very, very flavorful. And I'm glad I found this recipe. It's so easy to make. I just had it in the slow cooker on low overnight for 12 hours. I think it's slow heat on for 10 hours or high heat for 6 hours. Okay. But overnight, you don't have to think about it. In the morning, it's perfect. Like all the meat is shredded, like very, very soft and comes right off the bone. So nice. Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty much what it tastes like. I'm gonna finish it off. There's more guacamole in the middle. So the guacamole is always very, very nice. Avocado is always wonderful in taco. And to answer Elmira's question, I do have pecans. There's actually, I don't know if you can see it. Once I clean my hands, I can show you the close-up. The cake has a lot of pecans on top. It's already crusted. It's already embedded in the cake. Yeah, so we do have pecans. It's in the cake. I got a larger bite of the pork. It's so nice. So my husband made it, and after he made it, or after he put all the ingredients together, I added a tablespoon of chili oil because chili oil is really, really nice. Like when your pulled pork is slow cooking overnight for many hours, the chili oil just infuses everything. It goes right into the liquid. It flavors everything in the pulled pork, and it's so nice. I kind of think it's a secret ingredient for me when I make pulled pork. I think it's quite plain without it, but I think it would be good too, but without the heat. But the flavored oil is quite nice. I would think a garlic oil or any flavored oil would be so good. Yeah, oils tends to hold the flavor very, very well. Great. Well, thank you for joining Lord Nikon and Zed, and we'll see you in their next in another stream. Yeah, and thanks for following. Have a great day. It's Monday for you. Thanks so much. So my next bite has a lot of guacamole in it. It's always so weird talking about what I'm eating in front of people. Kind of gotten used to it, but it's always weird. Yeah, so I'm going to, guess I have to finish it because it's sort of messy on my hands. I can't really. Okay, I'll try the other side with the mango. It's pretty messy. I have to say that the mango salsa is my favorite. It's my favorite. I like plain salsa too without the mango, but the sweetness of the mango is so nice. Yeah, and I just love eating mangoes plain too. It's so good. Yeah. And okay, I think I can do it. 2 more bites and then I don't have to be dripping and having all this stuff falling apart in front of you. Mmm. I've forgotten how pulled pork tasted because the last few times I had it, it wasn't so good. It was a recipe that my husband and I like to make. We make it over and over again. The last few times we made it, I don't know, it didn't taste right. And I think it's because the other recipe we used had red wine vinegar, and we changed the brand of red wine vinegar. So maybe that's why the chili oil was less spicy. So, yeah. So it was, I don't know, or it could have been we've eaten it so many times that it's no longer tasted special. So I didn't really make it pulled pork for a while because of that. So after making this, yeah, I'm glad I found a new recipe. Mmm. The pork is greasy because we added some of the braising liquid back into the frying pan when we were heating up the pork, and there's a lot of pork fat. Even though we scooped quite a bit of it out, there's still traces that are still on the pork, but it's good. It's really, really tasty. 1 more bite and I can put this to the side. Okay, we get to try our cake, and I will shave some white chocolate on top. Hope it looks nice. Let's just give it a bit of contrast between the white and the darkness of the cake. Okay, I hope I can do this well. I usually use I guess it's called the grating box. I wonder if I can do it right on top. Yeah, we don't have the smaller ones like the handheld ones, so I'm gonna try. It's better to use like a cutting board underneath, but I'll try. Oh, okay. So I'm starting to snow on the. It looks nice. We do have cherries, so I'll add a cherry on top. Hi, choir member. How are you? It's been a while. Not too long. Yeah. How's your ensemble going? So you're just in time for, I guess this is our impromptu cake decorating. I didn't plan on it. I don't have any frosting, but we have some white chocolate, and we had a viewer request to decorate it, just sort of give it a final touch before, not too much chocolate. Okay, so let's stop there. That is quite pretty though. I do like it. I don't know if it's gonna work. I'll put a cherry right in the middle. We do have cherries. Cherries are right here. Yeah, it's a bit funny, but I think that works. Okay, so let's show you up close. Not bad. Impromptu. The cake is still a bit warm. It hasn't fully cooled down. Ta-da! All for you. Thank you so much for tuning in to Cook for Fun and supporting our channel and teaching me new cooking techniques and recipes. Enjoy it very much. So I'm going to work on my cake decorating skills. And try out some frosting recipes because I think people really do enjoy that. So it's something I haven't really tried, to be honest. And I get a lot of inspiration from the show. And I watched another streamer decorate her cake. Simple cake, white vanilla cake. Decorated, it just looked 100 times like more gorgeous. So I do want to try that out. Yeah. Okay. Before we try the cake, I'm going to take a sip of our pina colada. Yes, this is a mocktail. It's just got pineapple juice and coconut milk, chilled coconut milk. There's actually no ice because it's not very warm today. Or yeah, it's pretty chilly in Canada, in Toronto, so it's alcohol free. So your ensemble ended. Okay, so you're off for the summer break. That's good. You can enjoy or practice over the summer. Okay, frosting's just one. That is true. Fruits are very popular too, and they're very pretty to put fruit. I like putting sliced strawberries on top. Whipped cream, baker cream, molten chocolate, baker cream. What is baker cream? I'm gonna look that up. Okay, so cheers to you. Okay, have a wonderful week ahead. Yeah, okay, let's give this a try. I've never made this before too. First time making this. So I kept drinking a lot. It's really good. So I use pineapple puree and coconut milk. Normally it's pineapple juice, but I used fresh coconut from the fruit and I put it in the blender and I turned it into a puree, like a blended fruit. So I'm drinking pure fruit. Then I added coconut milk. I had a full can of coconut milk. I still have more of the pina colada in the fridge. I can say though, because I used the pineapple fruit instead of juice, the coconut taste isn't very strong. It's almost like, it tastes more like pineapple juice. So it's a little bit off. I think I would have needed more coconut milk. But it's nice and natural. And also, I didn't add any sugar. I think most people would add sugar to it, but pineapple is a natural fruit. You eat on its own. It's sweet enough. So I thought I like to have things that are lower in sugar. Even the cake, I added less sugar than the recipe requested. So, but it's very good. It's fruity, and I like that I use the fruit rather than just the juice, so that I get the fiber, I get the nutrients from the fruit and not just the juice. So yeah, but it's nice. Pamsite or pancit? I don't know what that is. I've heard of it. What is that? I'll look it up. Yeah, we've had a few mentions of other dishes that I'd like to look into and try making. I actually wanted to make California roll, like the sushi maki, using the avocado. But then yesterday, Mr. Cook for Fun and I went out for dinner. We had Mexican food, and the restaurant barely put any toppings on our tacos, and we're just like that's the best part. Well, not the best part, but you have to put all the toppings on. And we thought we need to eat this again, and we're gonna make it at home and make it the way we like it. So that's why we changed the theme of the show. But Yeah, okay, so we've got our cake. Let's cut it. There's a bit of cherry stain on here. That's okay, it's fruit, so I'm gonna cut it. I'm a little bit worried that it's not, you know, about how it's gonna look like inside, but let's give it a try. I'm gonna get a fork. Okay. Okay. So this is banana bread, but it's shaped like a cake. I just wanted to make it look special. And I don't know, go like that. Am I gonna drop it? Here's my cake. It looks pretty good. The more I move it, the higher chance of dropping it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. So I made it with kefir. I made it with kefir milk. So I had 2 cups of flour soaked in ½ cup of kefir milk, but the kefir milk isn't necessary. Kefir, I was describing earlier on the show, is almost like a buttermilk, but you make it yourself, and it has the nutrition of yogurt. It's very good for you. It contains a lot of probiotics, and when you soak your flour overnight in the kefir milk, it promotes digestion, so it's healthy, and I have it, so I was explaining that earlier on the show. There's also just other ingredients: 2 eggs, a teaspoon of vanilla, teaspoon of baking powder, teaspoon of baking soda, sugar, yeah, and there's raisins in here, and there's pecans, and I topped it with some white chocolate. Okay, let's give it a taste. I'll just use the side of this. I'm not getting another plate. I'll just keep it easy. Okay. I haven't made this. Oh, and it has 2 overripe bananas. The skins were black, but once you peeled it, the inside was perfect. It was soft, and there was no, and nothing was rotten about it. It was perfect. So, okay. I just haven't had homemade banana bread in a while. It is very moist though. Okay. Mmm. Mm-hmm. So it's very moist. It's banana, very banana-y. I would have loved to put a 3rd banana in there because I love the taste of ripe banana. But I can definitely taste the banana in there, and it's very moist in the center. And I can taste the pecans because there's about ½ a cup of pecans in this cake. There's raisin, but I haven't bit into the raisin yet. I think a lot of the raisins sunk to the bottom. And it's just very moist and nice. Yeah. It's good. I think other recipes I've tried, the banana bread is more dry. So this is moist. I like it. Mm-hmm. And I just love how it's a cake shape. Normally they're made in a loaf pan. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't really taste the white chocolate because there's so little of it, but it's very nice for decoration. Yeah, so I can actually finish this. It's really small. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I did lower the sugar amount so I can tell, but it's still good because the banana has a natural sweetness to it. Yeah. I used approximately, I think, a ½ cup of brown sugar. The recipe called for 1 1/3 cup of granulated sugar, which is sweeter than brown sugar. So I used a less sweet sugar, and I used like a lot less amount of sugar. So it's more of a banana taste, but I would rather add a third banana. I just don't have any more. But I do like banana. It's very, very nice. The raisin's nice too. It's not very strong. I didn't use a lot of raisins, about half a cup only. They were dry to begin with, so I soaked them in water overnight so that they could plump up. Yeah, but it's very nice. Just light. I could have added more raisins to it. Yeah. I like how it's moist though. Yeah, you can see my dog. Yeah, okay. If he sees me, so if I try to pick him up, he's going to run away. You can see him. If I put some food down, or if I put a bit of the pulled pork on the floor, you'll see him come over, but he's not allowed to eat that. Yeah. I think as a substitute for kefir, you can use buttermilk too, or just regular milk or yogurt. I once made a chocolate cake with buttermilk, and it was also really, really moist. I think putting the buttermilk or the kefir, it helps with the moisture inside. It's not dry at all. I like it. Most banana breads are dry, so you can see. I guess you can't see how it looks like in the inside. It's a moist cake. Very nice. Yeah, so we have a few things that we did on this show. We have all the sauces, the cake, the drink. That means I can't do salsa on the show for a while because we did it 2 shows in a row. Elmira was on both shows, and so was Death Eater. So you saw salsa so many times. You'll remember how to make it. Yeah. Oh, I hear Winston. Maybe if he comes over, I could have him say hi to you. Oh, okay, I see him. Okay. I'm going to take this bite and then I'm going to pick him up. He's sitting down. He's sitting in the sun. He's sunbathing. He likes the sun very much. So he's by the window that has sun coming through, and yeah. Look how many types you can make and decorate. Okay, I'm going to take a look at that. Yeah, but I'm interested because every time you decorate, it just makes the food seem a lot better. It just really improves it like 100 times. 1 second, I'm coming back. Okay. All right. Thanks so much for tuning in. Yeah, I always have fun. Thanks to the new followers. Hope you enjoyed your first time viewing our show. And thanks to the moderators for keeping the channel very welcoming to viewers and keeping the community a safe one for viewers to discuss and share. And if you have any viewers' requests, please let me know. I know that Elmira listed a few items, so after the show, I will take a look at the chat log to see those items and see which ones that I can make. And choir member also mentioned pancit too. I'll look into that. Yeah, I find it more fun to do viewers' requests because then I could chat with a viewer about it, learn more about it. Yeah. You want a piece? Well, please feel free to have some after the show. Yeah, it's so easy to make, so easy to make this. And I think it makes a difference to add the kefir or maybe sour buttermilk. Yeah. Great. Well, thank you, everyone. And have yourself a great week. And follow me on Twitter to see more information about and even more pictures too. We post pictures of other foods that we made in this kitchen and our Hugelkultur garden, which is a German technique for gardening. Yeah, okay. Winston wants to go down. Okay. See you later. Ciao.